everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful week. Welcome in, J Chain. Congratulations on redeeming first, and welcome in, dear. I hope you guys are doing well. Today, we are getting back to our life, which is a visual novel, kind of like dating sim that we started a couple of weeks ago. And I'm very excited to get back to it. For those who don't remember, or maybe weren't here last, I guess this was like 2 weeks ago. Um, the basic idea is that we are playing as a character throughout different stages of their life, and because I haven't like paid for like DLC or anything, we are only romancing Cove, so it's kind of like a slow burn childhood friends to lovers type of story that we're playing through. And last time we played, we got most of childhood done. We have one more like childhood moment to play through, and then we can move on to the next stage of life. So I'm hoping to do all that today. How are things? Got down another couple pages of my manuscript today. That is so exciting! I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I've not been super productive today. I finished a video yesterday that's going up this weekend. And then I spent all of today like just doing things around the house and watching a new, well, it's not new to me, but I've been watching Toilet on Hanako-kun for the first time, and I'm already almost done with season 2. Um that's been a good chunk of my day. And then I guess my brother got off of work early today cuz he called like a couple hours ago, and he and his wife wanted to start a Baldur's Gate game with me. So I spent a little bit of time doing that, which was fun. Um Not a whole lot going on for me today, but I'm very happy with what I've been doing. So, doing great. Been binge watching the VODs of Balloon SMP, an SMP that happened last year and I'm very late to. Losing my mind over how genuinely really fucking good the roleplay is. Oh, that's cool. I have not watched a lot of Minecraft SMPs in a while. I keep up with Hermitcraft, and I know we're getting a new Life series season in July, which I'm very excited about. But other than like those two, I'm like kind of watching Misadventurous SMP, but I'm only watching Jimmy. So I don't know if that really counts. I'm also behind. But that sounds very cool. What is Balloon SMP? You said VOD, so I imagine it's most something that was predominantly streamed. Um, that's very fun. That sounds like a good silly time. Sounds fun gaming with the fam. Yes. So my brother still has not finished a Baldur's Gate game yet. His first playthrough is like early Act 3. But he has been playing a little bit with one of his friends and also his wife. But I'm very excited to like play this game with them and help his wife actually achieve this Astarian romance that she's been wanting to do. Um, so that's gonna be fun. Waffle, welcome in Pyramus. Hypnotized by your poster of Astarian going to town on whatever that is while holding his wine glass. I'm sure he does not drink wine. Yeah, no, I got that at a convention. He's just like holding a skull for the vibes. Fun fact, do you guys see this little pillow right here that my finger is on? It's a little like chibi Shilion from Heaven Official's Blessing. It's the same artist that did this Shilion pillow that also did that Astarian print with the wine glass and the skull that he's going to town on. The duality of woman. Love that. The art is very good. I like it. It's very cute. Um anyway, I don't really have a whole lot else to say before we get back into this game. I could turn the music on. We could get our sound balance going. That feels about right. I can do a little bit of this. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna undo that. Sound balancing, not my favorite thing in the world. Which is really funny because I literally had like a whole class on like sound editing. Hated it. Okay. We have one more moment in childhood. So let's get this over with. Alright, come back before it gets dark, alright, sport? Not the alright sport. Was playing Baldur's Gate 3 earlier today, cleared out Moonrise Tower, rescued Roland, and did Halsin's quest. Nice. We did not get very far because my brother called me at like 4 and I could only play until 5:30 so that I had time to actually like get ready for stream. And we started a new game and we basically just got to Withers. Haven't even been to the Grove yet. It was streamed. It's really hard to explain because it started out with just a simple dropping everyone into a world in teams with certain goals per team to unlock the end, with literally no roleplay planned, to where I am right now, nuclear fallout and everyone mourning the world that's been forever changed, and a whole lot of lore. Honestly, I get that. As much as I love a good story, I have found with Minecraft roleplay, now, I know there's some really good ones, because I know there's like a TikTok audio that was going on. I cannot for the life of me think of what it was called, but it was giving like Violet Evergarden-esque was the Minecraft roleplay. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that was like scripted and acted, like planned to be a roleplay from the start. But I mostly enjoy Minecraft roleplays that are more improv, like Hermitcraft or the Life series, where it's just like a really basic idea and then we see where it goes. Because I think that's really fun. But that's cool. Love it. I've tried to do like a scripted Minecraft roleplay before, because me and the Alethea crew, way back when I first started streaming, like within the first year of me streaming, I made a group of friends that I'm still friends with to this day, and we decided we were gonna do a Minecraft roleplay server because we wanted to be the next Dream SMP, but with fantasy and dragons. It didn't go as planned. And then when we tried to do our season 2, we were trying to get together and like actually do storylines, and we got so in our heads about the planning process that we never actually officially started the server. So sometimes it's best to just have a world where you throw people in and then let whatever happens. Never used to be into Minecraft SMPs until just recently. Watched Royal Royale because a streamer I really like already was in it, and a lot of the people who were in that were also in Balloon, so I decided to give it a try and I'm loving it. That is so fair. I got into Minecraft SMPs because I went through a Minecraft phase like right before COVID hit, and I was playing Minecraft a lot, and I started getting these like video essays on YouTube about 2B2T, and it was like the oldest Minecraft anarchy server, and I was like, what the fuck is that? I need to know more. And so I kind of got obsessed with that for a little while, like learning all about it. And then our good friend Roy said, hey, you're going through a Minecraft phase, you should watch Hermitcraft. And it, it's kind of all over from there. Welcome in, Nico. How are you? I hope it's going well. I'm having a great time. We just started the game, but then we've been yapping instead of actually playing it. I've read one line. I guess not just started, but we just started for the day, I guess. Getting too into your own heads that you never really start is such a creative mood. And it's okay, dear, I think part of it is we were over-planning. We were definitely over-planning, and none of us were full-time streamers. Everyone had, like, a day job, school, like, nobody... I think it would have worked out differently if we were, like, I don't know, fucking Hermitcraft, where everyone had, like, a set time that they sat down and, like, did stuff. But you cannot and should not expect that from your friends, where y'all are just doing it for fun. I think, but like, it's getting so in your head with it that you can't even start because you have to like plan all of this out is such a stressful, like, creative block to be in. Tempted to bully people to get into Divinity Original Sin 2 and Dragon Age so I can hit people with Stuck in the Hinterlands or Fort Joy. You can't kill yourself. Damn. I don't go to Divinity Original Sin yet, but I do go to Dragon Age, and I will say, Barmy, you absolutely should bully people into getting into Dragon Age. I'm working on it. I know my one of my closest friends, her husband had a Dragon Age phase way back in the day, and I'm over here like, just waiting for her to get a PC so that I can tell her to play Dragon Age. To be fair, this seems kind of like a yapping day. What can I say? I love to yap. Desi, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Desi, I am already almost done with season 2 of Hanako-kun. I'm still in like the part where they're in the fake world in with the fourth wonder. They haven't resolved that yet, but I'm like 3 episodes into that arc. It's wild. I love it. I just had to word vomit that to you. Picture Perfect arc is so beloved by the fandom. It's so good! And like it's bringing up a lot of like fucking crazy concepts, and I love it. I love it. I'm not gonna say more because I don't want to like spoil it for people who might eventually be interested in it and have not seen or read that far. The best way to sell Dragon Age is to tell people it's a dating sim. And it is. It's a dating sim. It's a dress-up game. If you're creative, it's also polyamorous, because that's how I played Dragon Age 2. I really gotta play that again with mods so that I could date everyone. Okay. The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off of his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. Oh, I hate that. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. Having to, like, always adjust your hair in the wind is so obnoxious. Anyway. Name having solidarity with this child. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow. Or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You gotta learn how to be more sneaky. That we do. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, then his dad. Mel, hi! I forgot how the voice acting was in this game. Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Mel? Taking a walk. You know me. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Cool. Love that for us. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was just about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with them? You gave a ready nod, turning to squint in the direction of the stores like you could see the goods they had to offer all the way from where you stood. Snails are kind of cool. Snails are kind of cool. I don't think I've seen a lot of... I see a lot more slugs in my time than I've seen snails. Yeah, snails are the ones with, like, the shells. I was about to, like, think I was getting them mixed up. I don't think I've seen that many snails in person. Like, I know what they are, but I'm not around them much, which is so sad. Welcome in, History of Achilles. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. Nene and Ko's friendship is so dear to me. I love Nene and Ko, Desi. They're so cute. I kind of forget that Ko is like a year younger until he, in one of the episodes, he was asking why Nene was in like the middle school uniform. And I was like, oh yeah, like homie's in 8th grade, I think. Or he's like in middle school still, but they're so fun. They have a really good dynamic. There are lots of friendships I love in Toilet Bound Hanako-kun, but them specifically are so similar to everyone and are going through such similar shit. Yes, similar to each other, not everyone. I figured it out. Yes, no, like I said to you in our DMs, everyone in Toilet Bound is so, like, all of the characters are so lovable. They are very cute. Hanako-kun is like 1 year older than Nene as well, I think. Like, physically, mentally speaking, at least. Even though he's been a ghost for, I don't know, like 50 years. Yeah, he might have been a ghost for 50 years, but he's been like, what, like a fuck-ass 15-year-old boy that whole time. never grew past that, and they make it abundantly clear that that is a fuck-ass teenage boy. Respectfully, lovingly, only mildly derogatorily. I love him, though. I really do love him. Okay, have I read this? Yeah, the ready nod, the squint. Right. Oh, is that okay?
Yeah.
I don't mind. We're homies. Okay. I know we met Cove on, like, the worst day of his life. But you know when you make friends with an animal that's initially, like, very standoffish and doesn't like people, and then that animal chooses you as one of the few people that they like? That's what it feels like to befriend Cove. And it feels very nice. It feels very rewarding. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Hell yeah. What did you think of Mitsuko in this arc? Because I have things to say. Desi, do you listen to Epic the Musical? Because the only thing I can think of is the song Would You Fall in Love with Me Again? It's giving Would You Fall in Love with Me Again? You do? Am I crazy for saying that about Mitsuko? Because that's all I can think about. Loved doomed by the narrative, yaoi, for real. So many relationships in Toilet Bound, Hanako-kun, are like right person, wrong time. And I eat that shit up. That hurts. It's so sad, and I live for it. It's so good. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. Is he paying us again? You found it odd since your moms only ever seem to have cards in theirs. Okay. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp tin to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Aw. He's teaching Cove to be nice and to not be selfish. Mitsuko brings it to some specific level. No, because the way that circumstances has pitted them against each other is... It's so... I love that kind of thing. It's such a very, like, interesting dynamic to explore in fiction, and it hurts. It hurts so good to read it, or to, like, watch dynamics like that play out in fiction.
Good kid.
Hit him with the "that's my boy." This is how I talk to my nephew sometimes. That's just how you talk to 7-year-old boys, I guess. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care! Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Ko talking about Tsukasa like he's Mitsuba's toxic ex. Mitsuba talks about him that way too, though. He's like, I'm kind of scared of him, but like, I guess like he's giving me all this power. Like, okay. Good luck. I'm so sad for them. And I really want them to work out, but I know it's not going to. I've seen enough human ghost romances in my time to know that at best they're short and sweet. At worst, it's always tragic. Pretty sure that Cove's dad is a crime lord. Who even carries cash around anymore? Especially not that much cash. J-Train, I'm pretty sure the childhood portion of this game is supposed to take place in like the 90s or early 2000s, and as somebody who was a child back then, I can confirm people did still have cash. At least my parents did. Old people still have cash. Tsukasa is peak Arrow Ace icon to me, and yet everyone are pinning him as a toxic boyfriend. You can be Arrow Ace and a toxic boyfriend. I love Tsukasa though. He's so, like, silly goofy, and, like, it's kind of funny because Tsukasa is like, we've seen him to be super powerful and scary, but then he's just like, oh my gosh, it's my brother that I saw yesterday, but I miss him so much. Like, this is so cool. Like, he's just a silly goofy guy, and I forget that he's a villain because he's just having a good time. And and I'll forget he's a villain until he says some fuck shit. Like, make sure you kill him real good for me. Like, what are we... Who is this child? I can't wait to learn more about Tsukasa. Welcome in, Arcania. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Discovered the stream from YouTube. Welcome in. Even today, I at 37 constantly have cash. I deliver pizza though, and my tips frequently come in cash. That is fair. I worked a job once where I got cash tips occasionally, and I also had a lot of cash during that era of my life. Because once it's cash, it's free money. Why would I put it in the bank? So I feel that. Still have cash to feel something. I will say, if you go to anime conventions and Ren fairs, you need cash still, because a lot of vendors will only take cash, or it's just kind of easier to not spend $1 million fucking dollars if you have cash. So I found Hanako-kun is this story where every relationship is fucked, but you usually love them so much you can only keep reading and cry. And that's what I love. Real CL behavior. Desi, I know, it's so funny because Black Butler and Hanako-kun are published in the same magazine, and I'm just like, are we out here taking notes from each other? Like, what's going on? Why is this so similar? There's an arc, I think, will be animated in the season that's coming out soon, and it has some real Tsukasa tea. I'm excited. I will be yelling about it to you on Tumblr. Trust. Forgot about that. Cash was more common back then. I still think Cove's dad is sus. Cove's dad is giving, like, he wants to be a cool dad so badly. Like, I'm sure he's a great guy. I'm sure he's a wonderful father to Cove. Clearly, he got custody. So he's got to be doing something right. I think Cove's dad is pretty chill, but I think he's trying so hard to be, like, the cool hip dad that Cove can be, like, proud of. Frequently have so many singles that I make jokes about being a stripper. That is very silly. I don't know, though, because, like, there are, like, 3 arcs that feel like one singular arc because they are so connected, so I assume they're gonna animate them all in one season. But what the fuck? Who the fuck knows at this point? I haven't really checked. That is so fair. That's kind of how I feel about Blue Cult, Blue Memory, and Blue Revenge and Black Butler. Like, in my brain, that's all one big giant fucking arc. I know it's not, but that's how my brain, like, perceives it. Sinith, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. What do you think of the 2 Aoi Akanes? I don't think that's happened in the anime yet. I don't think I know about that. But don't feel bad about spoiling. Oh, it happened? Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I'm dumb. Okay. I'm gonna need to... It is not ringing a bell right now. 2 different people with the same name, just reverse, which is also a joke. Oh! Okay, I thought you were saying that there was Nene's friend, there was like 2 of them. Yes, okay. I forgot they had the same name. I was like, Aoi? Yeah, the purple hair girl? Of course. Okay. Yeah, I think they're so silly. I think they're so silly goofy. Doing splendid right now. I'm still very happy. I found a UK friend that's the same level of degenerate as me. Love that for you, Zenith. We love freak for freak friendships. Not a good idea having that much cash living by the beach, though. That's why Australian dollars are made in plastic. I did not know that. I didn't know Australian dollars were made of plastic. That's kind of fun. I guess Cove's dad is gonna have to learn this lesson the hard way about cash. It's probably why our moms don't have cash. Okay. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. Zenith, thank you for the posture check and the stretch, and also, Pyramus, thank you for the hydrate. I think I completely, like, forgot to say anything and drink water. Also, Zenith, thank you for the hydrate as well. We got 2 big hydrates. I'm already almost out of water. This is great. I relate to Purple Aoi so much. and that arc is gonna be animated this season. Oh, I'll be sobbing again as I get completely exposed by non-existent people who don't know I exist. I love that though about fiction. There's so many times where I will be reading something or watching something and I feel like I'm just looking at a mirror. It's like, how dare you? How dare you? It's really fun though. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled a sort of, just like me for real, for real. If you see any, can you let me know? You could manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. The line at the beginning of the series about how Aoi wouldn't marry her childhood best friend / simp because if they married, she'd be named Aoi Aoi took me out because it was so valid. Yes, I'd completely forgotten about that. I had absolutely forgotten that they were basically the same name. Yeah. That's so funny. They could just make Akane take her last name so he could be Akane. Make him go through it. I think he'd be fine with that. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. He's thinking, this child is weird as fuck. What are they doing? Yeah, what did you want to go to the shops for, homie? Need a new sand pail. I read that as snail pad at first. I did not know what this child was talking about. Yeah, what happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. Okay. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, lacing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well... Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. Homie left it at the beach. Classic. You left it there? Nope, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? Chill. I just like chilling. Looking at the fish would be kind of fire, actually. There's this one draft from years ago which was published in one of the manga volumes as a bonus, where we see how Akane and Lemon, the blonde guy who's always on his phone, became friends. Like, there is this one part of the conversation. I did not realize his name was Lemon. That's so funny. I do appreciate that they have this guy always on his smartphone because that's a really good, like, time period check. Because part of me, when that, in the Picture Perfect arc, at first, I was like, alright, what's going on here? And I saw him on his phone and I said, time travel is not it. And I loved that. I think I like to look at the fish. They don't like me, so they always swim away if I get close, but they're pretty before that. Cool. Starfish are fun. They aren't going anywhere, even if you touch them. Why is this child bullying the starfish? A small laugh escaped you. That's true. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day. the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. Nice. It was alright. No, it was nice. I feel like a child would like that. After Akane vented about the issue with his crush not marrying him because of their last names, Lemon, and so he went, "Why do you not change your last name to something else so y'all don't have this problem anymore?" And Akane was like, "I would have done it already, but Aoi said once that she appreciates how our names match, so I can't do that to her." That's so funny. Everything that man does, he does for her. That's so funny. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce on your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do, you didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you were. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other, with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. Love that. Okay. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read "The Amazing Alexander" in glittery golden script. Is he a magician? Starfish are terrible customer service reps. I called this company one time where the Starfish was operating a phone, and I asked if I was calling the right place, and he said, "No, this is Patrick," and then he hung up on me. I know just enough to get that reference. I did not grow up watching SpongeBob, but I do know that reference. Can I talk to you about this one St. Valentine event we had this year? Because it took me out. It wasn't about the main 4, just Teru, Akane, and Aoi. Yeah, of course. Of course. Was it like a little side thing in the manga? Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Not everyone can read. Not us being ableist as a child. Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as you raced back to stand in the crowd. Just a thing a mangaka did on Twitter. Oh, cute! Yeah, absolutely, tell me about it. I was 11 when the first SpongeBob episodes came out. I was exactly the right age. I remember, like, watching it a little bit as a kid, but my mom hated it. She, like, SpongeBob's voice, and especially his laugh, like, grated on her nerves so badly that we were not allowed to watch SpongeBob. And, like, at the time, I was upset about it because everyone I knew was watching SpongeBob, so I felt like I was being left out of, like, a big inside joke that literally everyone else my age knew but me. But the older I've gotten, and babysitting my nephew while my nephew watches a lot of TV, I get it. I'm not saying I would make the same choice as a parent, but I do get it. I understand. I absolutely understand why I was not allowed to watch SpongeBob. It kept my mom from crashing out. They often do lots of stuff, one of which is small thingies for holidays. Keep us so well fed. Yana could never. Yana would absolutely never. As much as I would love it, I also don't think Black Butler lends super well to, like, little slice of life stuff like that. I think you could. But I think you would have to focus more on the servants. I don't know. Gotta go hit the gym, enjoy the rest of the stream. Have a good time at the gym. I hope you have fun. I hope you have a great workout. I think I was 14 when SpongeBob first came out. That's wild. Compared to the other things on Nickelodeon at the time, my parents preferred SpongeBob next to, say, Ren and Stimpy. Yeah, I did not watch that as a kid. I fucked really hard with Rugrats as a child. I didn't watch a lot of Nickelodeon until I was like a bit older. So like a lot of the Dan Schneider era, unfortunately. We watched a lot more Disney than anything else when I was a kid. I was not even a fetus when SpongeBob came out. I actually don't know when SpongeBob came out. I just know it was a thing for as long as I can remember. Which isn't saying a lot because I don't remember a lot of things. But SpongeBob feels like it's always been around. Before telling this whole thing, a slight bit of context. Me and basically almost the whole fandom think that Teru, Ko's brother, has a thing for Akane. Love that. I love that. What's this I hear? I saw a pic of Invisible Woman and began daydreaming. What's this about Nickelodeon shows? Oh, we were talking about SpongeBob. SpongeBob came out in 1999. From my reference, Baldur's Gate 1 came out in 1998. Okay. I am older than SpongeBob, but only by like 2 years. So that explains why he's always just been a figure. For as long as I can remember, that man has always existed. 1999, yeah, that's wild. That checks out. Alright, Cove, let's have the best time watching this magic trick. So you're older than Baldur's Gate? I am. I was there when the gate rose. I was there when Baldwin made it a gate. I've never heard of Baldur's Gate, though, until Baldur's Gate 3 came out. But I guess that makes sense, because I didn't really get into, like, Dungeons & Dragons until, the Adventure Zone podcast. And at that point, if you were into D&D, everyone was just talking about Taz and Critical Role. When Baldwin built a gate, yeah, I was there. I was there. To be fair, Toleban Hanako also has a lot of horrors, but the mangaka usually just does random AUs or just art in general. There's literally a Phantom of the Opera AU for Toleban Hanako-kun. Oh, that's fair. I will say, and I guess it is pretty comparable to Black Butler, but the Hanako anime, while it does have the horrors, it's also just generally a lot more silly goofy. It doesn't... Black Butler does a lot of tonal whiplash where it, like, swaps between silly goofy and super serious, where Hanako-kun kind of, like, mixes it a lot better, in my opinion, where you have the silly goofy and you have the more serious, but it's... I don't feel like I'm getting whiplash when we swap between the two. It feels a lot more, like, natural, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense, or if I'm just yapping. Of course I was a baby, but I was there. Of course. I was there, though. Did I lie? I'd heard of Baldur's Gate, and I've tried playing the first 2 games, but I couldn't get into them for some reason. And that's fair. I've been into anime since middle school, and when I first heard about Fruits Baskets, I thought it was the most boring shit I'd ever heard of in my life. As an adult, I love Fruits Baskets. I've not finished it yet, but I really like it. Some things just don't hit and you have to wait till they do. I get like that with a lot of media, actually. Like, I have to hit it at the right time, or I just don't care about it. I got into D&D in 2000, I think. It was a few months before 3rd edition came out. Baldur's Gate 2 was my first Baldur's Gate game. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've only played D&D 5th edition. I don't really know anything about the older editions, but I do know that Bard didn't exist in, like, the earlier editions, and I don't know who I would be if I couldn't play a Bard. Hanako-kun will get much more serious after the Picture Perfect arc, in my opinion. Like, after that, basically every arc is pain. Okay, so it's kind of like Dungeon Meshi, where it's silly goofy to a point, but there's, like, something that happens that creates a very distinct shift in the narrative, I'm assuming. Because it does seem like the more we learn about the characters, the more serious things are getting and the higher stakes get. There are some funnies, but also the horrors are all around us. And I expect nothing less from a supernatural manga about ghosts. They released another fucking little pass in Marvel Rivals. Oh, I haven't played Marvel Rivals in so long. Oh my gosh, I gotta get back to it. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! I would love to learn how to do stuff like that. I actually don't recommend playing the first 2 Baldur's Gate games as much as grognards love to praise a D&D 2nd edition. It is, at best, a clunky, needlessly complicated system. I do recommend finding a YouTube Let's Play series of it, however, because the story is pretty good. That's fair. The only reason I've even considered playing the first 2 Baldur's Gate games is because I want more lore of the world, and I think it would be kind of funny to struggle through it on stream. But if I was not a streamer, trust, I would just be watching a playthrough. Going to actually tell you about the St. Valentine's special. Yes, please do, Desi! Venom has a pink variant now, and Human Torch finally has a Future Foundation skin. Oh, sick! Get another costume coin? Hell yeah. Then I could get some, like, a good skin for someone other than Cloak and Dagger. Oh, Cove is not enjoying this. The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? What do you mean? Nothing? It was true. You didn't keep anything there. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you wrinkled your nose in confusion as you watched him. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was a light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you are really grateful he chose you. This is so silly. That tracks. I gave up in the first game because everything was crazy complicated. Grognard is the term describing an older player of a game who expresses strong opinions in favor of older systems and against newer systems. Okay. That makes sense. That absolutely makes sense. I have noticed there's a very specific kind of person, very commonly found in D&D circles, that really, really, really likes how it used to be played decades ago and really, really hangs on to that like it's everything to them. And you see people like that in Minecraft as well. Like, some people are all like, wow, I miss Minecraft 1.8 or whatever. And I don't know. I like all the new updates and stuff that it adds. Basically, there's this thing where Akane sees Ko hinting at a confused Aoi about wanting some handmade chocolate, and so Akane goes insanely jealous, grabs Aoi, and goes, girl, let's do this together, and then presents the chocolates to Teru like, just know that these weren't only made by Ao-chan, I also prepared these, so just know you're not just enjoying Ao-chan's chocolates. Meanwhile, Teru looks happy and 100% unbothered by this Uno reverse card. Akane is so sure he successfully did. That's so funny. Teru's just like, I got free chocolates. Hell yeah. This is so slay. That is very silly goofy. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits. Not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic? If so, he was lucky. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. Kaleidoscopes are kind of fire. Bonus, Aoi sharing her chocolates with Nene, and after our beloved MC asks, so why did y'all do this together this year? Aoi's just there like, girl, I don't know. Friends are just the weirdest fucking people, because I know all the time when Nene's like talking to the ghosts, or just like being very, very weird in class, Aoi's just like, damn, she's at it again. That's my bestie. This is so funny. Alright, guys. We're gonna look at all the shapes and colors. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Did you have places like this in your old town? Cove blinked at you for a moment, and you wondered if you shouldn't have asked. You knew how much he missed that place. We could talk about it. We've been friends for a whole summer. Ari's surrounded by insane people. She really is. Okay. I love Hanako. She's lucky Hanako's a ghost and not, like, one of her homies. She has plenty of weirdos in her friend circle. She doesn't need another one. But I would kind of love for her to have... I would absolutely love to, like, see her reaction to Hanako. I think that would be very interesting. Not really. You nodded in understanding, looking over at the stalls nearby. Oh, the turtles are so cute. While Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read "Handmade" standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. I was very drawn to the turtle at first. The thing about Teru is that I honestly think, and I'm not the only one, that he only flirts with Aoi to get Akane mad. That's so messy of him. I cannot wait to read the manga. I'm probably gonna, like... I think I told you I'm gonna start reading it when I start collecting it, because I kind of just want to get the box sets. And go from there. I fucking love hot people. Zenith, you sound like me playing Baldur's Gate 3. Honestly, even Dragon Age. Dragon Age 2 specifically, all of the companions are hot. Every single one of them. No one's as hot as Varric, but, like, that's just Varric. The Varric difference. I miss him. Okay, let's pick up this turtle. Your hand stopped on the sleeping turtle, just barely poking its head out of the shell. It had flecks of metallic green on its back that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. Dragon Age 2, they turned up the heat. Absolutely, they did. Absolutely. I love the elf designs of Dragon Age 2 because I think they look so cool. I love when they look kind of not human. Every single companion's a banger. Like, the only ones that are not romanceable are, well, obviously your siblings. And honestly, I forget about Carver. I wasn't even talking about Carver. That's just a man. But like Varric and Aveline, even though you can't kiss them, like, they're still very pretty. Very cool. Varric went to Turkey for a hair transplant between games. I can't wait to see Varric in Inquisition. That's gonna be my homie. He's gonna have to... I really hope whoever I end up falling in love with is not a rogue, because we already got, like, the rogue spot's spoken for already. If he can be, like, a party member, rogue spot's spoken for. Aoi is hilarious in this scene because she's so used and annoyed by men catcalling her, but she honestly looks like she can't understand where Teru goes with the shit he says to her sometimes. And to be honest, it reads to me like she understands that Teru isn't interested in her, but also doesn't understand that Guy is after her man, so all she can do is keep her guard up and be confused around this man. That's so funny. She's like, I can sense there's something different here, but I don't know what it is. You love their designs? Well, we're never seeing that design again. Sentenced to thin humans with pointy ears, no parole. Barmy, how could you do this to me? You know, at least we got to see them be a little creative in Dragon Age 2, I guess. And it's so interesting because I feel like, I guess specifically with Fenris, a lot of the fan art with Fenris that I've seen does not retain Dragon Age 2 elf, like, design. They make him look more like a normal guy, which is a choice for sure. Harry boys are not my taste, so I never romanced Varric. Meryl's who I usually romance in Dragon Age 2. That is so fair. I ended up romancing Fenris, but I also am very much in love with Anders, and Meryl is my sweet precious girl of all time. I thought I was going to romance her until I actually met the characters. I really do like Meryl. I hope nothing bad ever happens to her. But yeah, Varric, like, I guess physically, aesthetically, he's not the kind of character that I'm usually like, wow, I need to see more of that. But he's just such a silly, goofy guy. I really love his vibe. His vibe is the best vibe ever. Most of Choliban Hanako is so obviously bi. No, I love that, because, like, Mitsuba doesn't say, I don't like guys to Ko. He's like, I don't like guys with stupid earrings. So it's like, okay, sir. Yeah. No. So this implies that you do like boys of some kind. I love that for you. It's obviously bi. Forgot a last word. No, I got it. I got you, though. I got you. Aside from, like, Teru and Mitsuba, which read as heavily gay, and Tsukasa, who to me is aro ace, and Sakura, who to me is either lesbian or aro ace. Yeah. No, that's so fair. I gotta go for Isabella in another playthrough. I've never gone for anyone apart from Meryl and Fenris once. You should give I'm surprised you've not romanced Isabella, actually, Zenith. Like, I'm actually surprised. Anders. I liked Anders right up until the end of Dragon Age 2, if you know, you know. I'm not saying he did nothing wrong, but I am saying I understand, and in some ways he was justified, and I'm not going to be mad at him for it. But I also understand why people may not like him for that. I don't think I would have survived Dragon Age 2 fandom when the game first came out, based on what people that played the game over a decade ago has said. I would have been fighting for my life every day. But it's fine. Anders is my baby girl. You don't know the half of it about Mitsuba. And I can't wait to learn. I love Mitsuba. I know what you mean. There's this one mini bonus comic strip, you know, the one they sometimes put in some of the manga series under the paperback covers. Yes! Yes! Okay. Are you about to tell me there's a Mitsuba one? You remembered the turtles you had seen in a movie? You had been mesmerized by the way they gently glided through the water. Turtles are very cool. Is the volume where Mitsuba was introduced? Oh, I'm so excited. I spent all of Act 3 in that game trying to mend bridges, and then Anders goes and ruins it all. I mean, I was trying my best to be as pro-mage as the game would let me. I was definitely not trying to mend bridges. You can ask anybody who watched me play Act 3. I feel like every time we interacted with Meredith, I was like, damn, when can I kill her? So, like, the only thing I didn't like about... And again, I understand why Anders did this. I just hate that he had to lie to me about it, because the way I was role-playing Hawk would have been chill as fuck about it. He'd have been like, blowing up the Chantry? Okay. Like, the Hawk I was role-playing would have gone along with it. So it's like, Anders, buddy, we've known each other for how long? And you didn't think I was gonna be on board? Come on. Like, what are we doing here? So that made me kind of upset, but like, I get it. I understand. And a lot of my role playing was mostly in my head because the game was not allowing me to actually be that, I guess, radical. So there was no like in-game cues for Anders to be like, oh yeah, no, Hawk would be chill about it. I slept with her in each playthrough, but never fully because she didn't want love or connection. And I'm like, that's alright, we can smash, it's all good. I didn't know till later that she changed her mind. She's just like Zevran. She's just like Zevran. Damn, that's wild. There was this one which was set during that one day Ko and Mitsuba spent talking and taking pictures together before shit hit the fan. Oh, Desi. I need to see this. What happens is that Mitsuba and Ko are sitting under a tree. And Ko asks Mitsuba, so did you have any girl you liked at school in the past? And Mitsuba just deadass responds. What did he say? Didn't like that crazy bitch Meredith. Meredith has a good character design. She was written very effectively because she is supposed to be that like radical religious zealot. She does it so well. Hated her. I would have been at least okay with it if Anders evacuated everyone in the chantry. Yes, and I feel like if there was a way for us to work with Anders and to like get the people who had nothing to do with this whole conflict out of the chantry, at least like get all of the civilians that had nothing to do with this out of there, hell yeah, I would be on that. I'd be bringing up ideas. He thinks for a moment, and I think, and then he just says, no one, I don't think. There just wasn't any girls as cute as me around. He would say some fuck shit like that. I love Mitsuba. Tended to lean mage. My character almost always was a mage. Yeah, me too. I knew Meredith was never going to get along, but I at least hoped I could get her to act alone and get the rest of the Templars to disavow her. And I felt like I was so close, and then Anders' bomb. Oh, that's fair. I don't have a particularly, like, positive view of the Templars. So because I feel like the Templars are very much supposed to be a stand-in for, like, police brutality. So I was not having, like, any sort of positive vibes with them. So I was not role-playing that way. But if you were role-playing that way, that is frustrating. Because you were so close. I like siding with the Templars just to spare as many of the mages as I can because they're innocent. That's the one thing I hated about Dragon Age 2 is I was like, yeah, we're all for the mages. And you know who attacked me? The fucking mages. Like, homie, I'm on your side. Why are you blood magicking me? I hated that. Checking the price, though, your heart fell. $6. $6 for a handmade... Like, if these are hand-sewn, that's actually really good. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. Girl. Well, now I'm embarrassed about how much I spend on things. I feel like Meredith was more of a symptom of the problem than the actual problem. Oh, absolutely she was. Absolutely she was. I think her character is also, like, a symbol of the problem as well. Because since it's a game, she can be more than one thing. But if this were, like, a real-life scenario, 100% just a symptom of the problem. There's this one bonus strip about Mitsuba and Ko, which I don't think was in the manga, maybe. It's a bonus thing in the art book, but it was meant to be placed somewhere you've already seen in season 2. And I just gotta show you this comic strip on Tumblr right now because it's hilarious. Also, not too easy to find, I think. Absolutely send it to me. I will be looking at it after stream and probably yelling about it to you. You know, Persona 4 is getting the remake treatment too. Is it? I know a certain person who would be very happy to hear about that. Like raging, yelling everything. Zenith, I think a lot of us have been yelling today. I think I've also been yelling, and I apologize if I'm a little loud. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. That is a lot of money. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad. You still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave to you hidden away in your room. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. Is that what you want? Oh, yeah. Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. I was always gonna get you something. I already got the money for it. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins locking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? I really like this keychain. Thank you. It's nice. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all of this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. June knows. I told her and she went ecstatic about it. She knew from the reveal. Oh, that's so fun. $20 was a lot of money back in those days. $20 was a lot of money to a child. I don't remember how old we are, but I'm pretty sure we're like somewhere between 8 and 10. I feel like $20 is a lot to an 8 to 10-year-old. Maybe not anymore, though. My goal was, ultimately, to get mages to be trusted by the rest of the world and to be better at policing themselves. I didn't like the Templars, but I felt that manipulating them was the best way to make that goal happen, and damn, I felt close. Oh, well. Yeah, I get that. I don't know, it's... The mages in Dragon Age, I feel like, are so clearly supposed to be, like, a parallel to, like, real-world, oppression, which is usually, like, due to causes that don't actually have a reason, like racism and things like that. And, like, you have to, I guess, get rid of or fix the system. Like, it's not something that you can just, like, manipulate people into not being racist. Well, I guess you could. But, like, you're not gonna change the system that way. Like, if there's things systemically in place, like there are with mages, I really don't know how they would, like, what the ideal way to fix that would be. I just know historically in real world examples, people fighting for rights, things do end up getting violent. And I think it was supposed to mirror that kind of thing. So I don't know. I wasn't in the writing room, but that's what it always felt like to me while playing it. Can I get a second to call out a habit of Ko in bonus art the author posts on Twitter? Because that's a trend that goes on for years at this point, and we need to shame him for that. It's not a spoiler or anything, don't worry. Absolutely shame this man. What is this guy doing? You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you... I'm gonna go for the same, because that's the best one. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. I'm gonna try and turn everyone against Meredith, too. I was going to show everyone how mad she was until Anders threw a wrench into all my plans. I remember in 2013 I shouted, "What the fuck are you doing, you idiot? I had it under control." Wait, were you actually given an option to do that? I know we just, like, played it a few weeks ago. I don't remember if I was actually, like, on the path to get people to wake up, against Meredith. Because, as we all know, that's not the big thing going on in the final piece of the game. There are lots more memorable things happening. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. Oh, it absolutely was. It's pretzels with the homies. Little cup of icing looked too delicious to pass on. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit. Oh, gross. These balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his still balled up hand that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tucked the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh.
He's like, I did not think of that. No, but I felt like it would have been on my options after the right dialogue options. Okay. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. It would be nice if you got the option, but I don't know how that would play out. The mangaka has this habit where sometimes he posts art of like close solo shots of either Ko or Mitsuba, which are then followed by solo close shot of whichever the two was not in the previous posted pic. And they're obviously arts meant to match, and Ko is always looking at Mitsuba with such a love-struck, completely down bad, surprised he's alive to witness the person next to him sort of expression. Stop. That's so cute, Desi. Dragon Age has the perfect body horror concepts. That fucking monster Orsino turned into was disgusting. Dragon Age does body horror very well. I love body horror. And Dragon Age hits. It absolutely hits. The Brood... I'm still not over the Brood Mother from Origins and Awakening. I'm still not over it. I don't think I ever will be. Like, conceptually, horrifying. Really cool. Like, very, very cool. Terrible, horrible, disgusting thing. Like, very traumatic experience for the characters. Wild. And that's my thoughts on the Brood Mother. Stuffed pretzel sounds pretty good right about now. It does. Especially a cinnamon one. It absolutely does. Oh, you accidentally misgendered them? Okay. This year was my first time seeing it happen live as the mangaka made Cove do this, and it was a hilarious event. That's so fun. I need to track down their Twitter. All of the Ko or Mitsuba fan accounts were on his ass about looking at Mitsuba like that. Ko is gonna gets no peace. Ko gets no peace. Not as disgusting as reading the story of the dwarf woman turning into a darkspawn broodmother. They wrote a story about that? That's the woman we kind of heard about in Origins, right? Did they write it out explicitly in like a book or something? That's insane. Good for them. Good for them. Fortunately, I stumbled upon the broodmother when I was illiterate for any nuance. That's fair, Barmy. Speaking of pretzel, I've been craving Little Caesar pretzel crust. Oh, that sounds... I never had a pretzel crust pizza. It sounds good, though. I remember the first time I saw the broodmother, I was traumatized for life. Okay. The thing about the broodmother that has me fucked up the most is just, like, the fact that that was a normal-ass woman that got transformed into a breeding machine, basically, for the Darkspawn. That is a very fucked up concept. That's horrifying. There's a codex. Oh, the codex entry. Okay. You can find somewhere in the deep roads about the process of someone turning into a broodmother. That's fucked up. I'm gonna have to read that. I'm gonna be real, guys. I did not read all of my codex entries in Origins. I didn't want to take the time to do it on stream, and then I just did not read all of them off stream. Remember this one tweet that was like, Ko is blonde, a middle child, and bisexual? Like, God, pick a struggle. Absolutely. Rest in peace to Ko. It was fucking gross. Safe to say I was put off eating for a week after seeing that thing. No, that's fair. That's very fair. Dragon Age Origins is such a good game, though. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled, satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers on one hand, and a string already tangled around the other.
Okay.
Got it. Two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. God forbid you have to go 2 seconds. having to wait. I love blondes. Rivals did that to me, honestly. If you took a shot for every Marvel Rivals character that was blonde, you would just be dead. You would be deceased. No hate to blondes intended, I promise. No, I get the joke. I get the joke. Like, people say it all the time. Like, they'll pick out traits about themselves, and it's like, wow, non-binary, arrow ace, and autistic. Pick a struggle. Like, if you're making the joke about traits that you share, or it's, like, not a malicious thing, I think it's just generally pretty funny. Don't eat your pretzels so fast, Mel. Literally, like, we scarfed that thing down. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. Prince of the Dolphins. Yeah, Prince of the Dolphins is really funny. Gotta explain to you the thought process during this one looking love struck at Mitsuba, because it was hilarious to see it happen live. Like the one I experienced this year. Oh, please do. Please do. Somebody mind control hit me like Dio with a steamroller. That's crazy. That's wild. He wears a crown made of seaweed, and all of his friends are merfolk. Okay. Every now and then, he'll make friends with the kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. No! His balloon! I wasn't expecting tragedy to hit. For a bit of context, the art had Mitsubo with a light blue sky and balloons behind him, and Ko's art wasn't out yet. Oh. Ko took him on a date. That's what happened. Oh no! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. Mel, You offered to give Cove your balloon. You looked at Cove, then up to your balloon, bobbing gently in the air above you. You can have mine. That was better than letting him cry more. Cove sniffled, glancing up at the balloon, then back at you. Oh, it's yours. I don't want to take it from you. It's okay, really. Cove shook his head. Even though it wasn't your fault, you felt bad. Still, the offer seemed to lift Cove's spirits, and that was good. The passing of Cove's balloon... The passing of Cove's balloon, like it died, is crazy. Basically, my first thought was, bro, next art is gonna be Ko looking love struck at him like he, like usual. I'm so dead ass. And a lot of us agreed. Jeff has shoes on now? I kind of hate that. Why is the shark wearing shoes? Hope it's not just an emote. I gotta play Marvel Rivals again, is what it sounds like. Alright, the passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been a good one, except for the sad final note. Kids are so dramatic. Okay, we've done everything, because I've not purchased the DLC. Alright, then summer ended. Yes. Oh, look at our moms. There was some people noting how all of the characters in the podcast club, so like Natsuhiko, Tsukasa, Mitsuba, and Sakura, had an art with these balloons on the background. Oh. Wait, were they hanging out? That's actually kind of cute. Mitsuba needs that, actually. Not the haha broke. I didn't know if I was gonna like it enough to like buy the DLC. With most of the dating sims that I've played, if there is a free option, I just play through the free option first and then get the DLC, unless the DLC is literally like a couple of dollars. 'Cause there was one dating sim that I played where I went ahead and just got the DLC because it wasn't that much. But I don't know if I would have if I had played it because I didn't actually vibe with the personality of the main character as much as I thought I would. But that's fine. It's the most adorable thing I've never seen. He's got a little kicks on. Most adorable thing I've ever seen. I don't know why I thought there was an N there. That does sound very cute. They weren't hanging out, but like, so we were like, oh, the author is just making this to match them and them all since they're all one of the friend groups in the series. Oh, okay. That's so sad. They gotta hang out with Mitsuba more. How does Cove play into this? Does he get his love struck balloon art? I'll never get tired of that view. Are they flirting? You stood beside your moms, Lizzie, and Cove as the five of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You liked to imagine it cooling off in the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear, there's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mommy a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since you started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You're aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Mom, summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. It is almost over. You try to be subtle about your little mumble, but you saw Mom look down at you from the corner of her eye and knew she heard. Which, speaking of, I'm unhealthy obsessed with Mitsuba and Sakura as a friendship. Since the first time Tsukasa invited him to the club, Sakura offered him some tea. Yeah. I really like Sakura. I think she is cool. I can't wait to learn more about her. Continuing the previous story, you know, I was totally fooled. Like, 1 or 2 days afterwards, we got the picture of Ko looking down bad at him. Of course. Of course. Yeah, it would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair word choice, but nodded anyway. At times like this, you had to back each other up.
Please.
Soon we'll have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie made her case and then stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling that would add something to the argument. Okay. Well...
No.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Her name is Pam? Which one is Pam? I forgot which one was Mom and which one was Mommy. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside, understood? Yes, Mom. Love it. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You grinned at Cove and nudged his arm with your elbow. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mom, which you took as an agreement. Sounds pretty accurate. I love Sakura since the mini tea party arc. Yeah, no, she's cool. She is very cool. Once I get Mr. Fantastic to Lord, I'm gonna start playing Star-Lord. He's so fun. I've turned into him as Loki, and I do agree Star-Lord is kind of fun to play. She seemed to honestly care for Nene and was sad to have to put her through some shit. Seems like she and Mitsuba are in similar situations regarding Tsukasa, in my opinion. Yeah. I don't know what Tsukasa's doing. I'm sure you know. I'm very excited to figure out what his deal is. One of them is Pam and the other one is Pammy. Pam and Pammy, love to see it. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Teens and Trinkets. Or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? You silently made your own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over to Cove, considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know that summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mothers had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots to plan if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she was disappearing off down the road. Meanwhile, Cove was going in the opposite direction, heading for the beach. We're gonna stay with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
Cool. Just flipping everywhere and spraying people that his ult is amazing. Yes, his ult is very nice. Can I share with you the tale of that one Christmas event we had in like 2023 or something? Where Mitsuko was basically confirmed as canon, as many in the fandom say, as if the manga and done by illustrations wasn't doing enough. Oh, absolutely. Please share. If you don't think it's like gonna spoil anything, please share. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back, then tossed it out into the water. It was a good toss. That was pretty neat. You looked for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched nearby for any rocks or shells that you could throw too. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface, even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When do you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second, you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. It's not very long at all. It'll be off before you know it. You offered a smile, but Cove wasn't looking at you. He does not appreciate our optimism. No spoilers, it's just one of the many silly events the mangaka does for shits and giggles during holidays and stuff, where they make some art with some small illustrations and then makes a poll depending on what the fans pick on Twitter, then continue the story of the event in such a way, so on and so forth. Oh, that's really fun! Absolutely, please tell me. Cove let out a huff, plopping down into the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. Cool. You're gonna like it. Everyone's super nice. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure that his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knees as he drew them into his chest. You heard a sniffling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
Rest in peace to this child. So this Christmas event was like an AU where Nene is an angel of love or of Christmas or something, helping people choose a gift for the one they loved or something. Oh, that's cute. You never had to move before, but you thought you could understand if you had to go to a new school all of a sudden. With all new people, you'd probably be dreading it too. Even though you sort of maybe understood, you still weren't sure how to help. Okay, I'll see you later. Cove gave his head a small shake. I'm just leaving? Oh. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home. The one that's set, waiting someplace far from here. The one he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. At most, it's been like 3 months. It has not been that long since he's moved here. She's going around helping people out. Basically, their love interests or stuff like that. Are you about to tell me that she had to help Ko and Mitsuba? That's cute. That is basically canon. You settled back down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. This can be your home. It's a really nice home, if you give it a chance. Cove didn't respond to that. He just tightened his arm around his knees, resting his chin on them. I don't think there was, like, a particularly good thing to say to that. You're not going to leave, right? You'll still be around? The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Yeah, that would be fun. Cove smiled, then looked back to the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. Used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw that the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listen to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. At some point, she sees Ko looking around in a shop, so disoriented, and asks if he's like, I'm having trouble choosing a gift for someone I can't really define my relationship with. And yes, it was about Mitsuba, but also hear me out, because one specific tweet about this from a Mitsuko fan took me out. Not him having to shop for his situationship that doesn't have a label. That's so funny. We'll just hold his hand. I don't know what to say to this. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Cove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you made sure you were very gentle. As you watched, Cove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You will. It will. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Cove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You'd definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Cove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint, familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. Time had really gone by fast. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling. It's time for dinner. You should come. Cove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance. Yet ultimately, okay. Welcome in, Picky Pig. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I missed so much. Have I missed any main events? We are just wrapping up the childhood era in this game, and we're about to move on to the next stage of their life. So, that's pretty good timing if you ask me. Basically, as I said, the mangaka made some little polls, and Koz was like, so does he gift him a matching talisman, or do they go get fast food together? Koz treat. That's so funny. When you smiled, Cove returned with one of his own. Mel, thanks. I wasn't expecting him to speak! Okay. Here's the thing, many fans overseas were using an incorrect translations which said matching charm or something like that. I mean, it could be kind of similar. I've been waiting the last weeks for this, I can't even lie. Oh, me too, honestly. Me too. I've been very excited to get back to it. It was nice where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. What's the next stage in my life? The in-between? Okay. In between what? You know, I think we're gonna still look the same. I think. I'm still vibing with blue hair pronouns. Actually, let's not be blue because Cove is blue and we can't both have blue hair. What are my choices again? We'll have a green moment. We'll have green hair. The matching charm option won, and like this one person on Twitter was so mad because they were like, guys, going to fast food on Christmas is such a huge deal. Y'all were picking between basically a candlelit dinner or a keychain, and y'all chose a keychain. Yeah, the going to fast food on Christmas definitely means something different depending on where you live and the culture that you are used to. It's so funny to me, I understand. No, it is very silly. Okay, we got our green hair. Actually, let's give ourselves those little gold stars. That's cute as hell. Okay. All of this is the same. We're gonna keep it the same. Oh, the done button would be nice. How old are we? Are we at crush level yet? Or should I keep it at fond? I don't remember how many stages there are, so I'm gonna look this up real quick. Beautiful, beautiful green. It is a nice shade of green. I think green hair is very fun. I dyed my hair blue once, but because I didn't bleach it, it turned like a really dark green, and I loved it. I kind of want to do it again, but I don't know. Okay, our life, beginning and always. Can I just I want some stages. What are the stages? Stages list. Yes, this is all I need. Childhood, adolescence, adulthood. And there's a later years. Okay. So we're at adolescence. I think moving it up to crush is chill. Yeah, we'll move it up. Not the eyebrows moving too. We'll move it up. It's also so funny when you take into account how much Mitsuba shits on Ko's earring and kid. No, but I could see Ko in his brain being like, I'm gonna get him a talisman because this like a talisman for protection or good luck or like love or whatever. And he to Ko it would mean a lot, especially from his background. And then he would give it to Mitsuba, and Mitsuba would be like, the fuck is this shit? What am I supposed to do with this? I'm not putting it on my ear. I'm not wearing a stupid traffic cone earring. Like, he's kind of the worst, but I love him. Let's give the guy who constantly insults your talisman earring a matching talisman. He would be such a hater. I have a glitch that won't let me redeem, probably due to updates, so I can't redeem care packages today. Oh, rest in peace. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We'll do a hydrate, though. In solidarity. It does make sense that also, but I can't say how exactly because mine are spoilers for the upcoming season, maybe. But still, we could have had them on a date. It would have been very cute. I want to share the art of Ko giving him the charm. Wait, because it's still gay? Mitsuba breathes, lives, and eats being a hater. He does. He really does. And it's so funny because it's like the worst times too. Like people are trying to have like a nice moment with him and he's like, how can I ruin this? How could I absolutely say the worst thing and ruin this? Which is ironic because he's dead, so he neither breathes or lives, but anyway. No, I get it. He copes with shit by being a brat. And you know what? He's a middle schooler. What can you expect from him, truly? Yeah. I can customize Cove? Wait. I didn't know this was a dress-up game. What are my options? Oh, I don't have many options. Okay, the colors there matched better. We're just gonna give this man every bracelet. What are my hair options? That looks more like the hair he did have. Sure. Later years, like as in sitting in rocking chairs? No, I think it's like just, I don't think they're that old. It's also funny because we so often see Code just treating Meets about his stuff anyway. Well, not often, like a couple times tops as far as I remember, but still. That is very sweet though. Why do you have PJs? I can change your hair here too. You don't need your pajamas on if you're sleeping. What? No, your glasses on. Why did I say it like that? I did not mean it like that. What are your jacket colors? I guess we're making him emo. Oh, I like the green glasses. Wait. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought it was independent to each page. Okay, this is fine. Making it really hard not to call you what you are. What? Ko is... Good luck to Ko. Mitsuba keeps shitting on Ko and then pretends he pays for food. And Ko says he hates him, but pays anyway. They're so cute. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Ko felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw, anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. Sometimes, it was like things were exactly the same as when you had first met. But other times, as you got older, you couldn't ignore how the feelings had changed in meaningful ways. They caught feelings! The match was fantastic. I'm glad you're playing Marvel Rivals right now, I assume. There was this one thing in the bonus stuff of the manga or something, like, you know, the one where there's a mini characters interviews, like asking info, like favorite colors, foods, thoughts on a person. Yes! Oh, what did Ko say? I hope it's fine to ask and won't be too distracting, but have you seen anything of a game called the 100-Line Last Defense Academy? I don't think so. That does not sound familiar. What is that one? That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. That's rough. That means his mom was either the absolute fucking worst or did not want him. Because I know they don't normally give full custody to the dads unless there's like a really good reason, because they always just assume the mom is like the better choice because she's the mom. So it takes a lot. Rest in peace to Cove. Ouch. I didn't mean it like that. There's a lot of games I don't know that I probably should. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say it out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal. Except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. Damn, rest in peace. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. That's crazy. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. Another friendship that we don't really see but I'm obsessed with are Ko and Akane. Oh, they get to be homies? I love that for them. They're not quite homies yet. I'm glad that Akane's gotten to be more of like a character. Oh, you meant the divorce. Okay, yeah, no, rest in peace. Rest in peace to Cove's family structure. Seeing things of this game has got my brain all over, but watching this also got my brain right now because I love visual novel type games. Yes. I also love visual novel games. I don't know what it is about them. They just hit. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and in other academic situations. Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, what happened to Shiloh? He was gone? He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. Okay, he's fine. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Okay. Visual novel games are very much like the Minecraft gameplay under clips. Okay, so I think what it was is, a lot of visual novel games are in genres that I enjoy, but also visual novel games lend very well to, like, watching a Let's Play and feeling like you've played it because it's just sitting here reading. So when I didn't have money to buy games because I was in high school and I was getting interested in games, I was able to just watch people play them, and I like that. They're also very... You don't need a skill other than literacy and media literacy, being able to understand a story. So that means I can enjoy it without, like Undertale, for example. I love Undertale. I'm bad at games. I'm really bad at games like Undertale. I've never finished it. The Asgore fight is too difficult for me, and I always get stuck there, and I cannot get past it. And I'm very sad about that. I don't have that problem with visual novels. I don't. And if there's something I can't figure out, it's easy to get a guide. Like there's no like skill to getting through it most of the time. Welcome in, Queen Katie Fat. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're doing well. It's funny to me because I saw the fandom discuss about how apparently it is said somewhere, maybe one of those small interview bonus pages, that Akane finds Ko acceptable because he's this nice boy he can talk about Aoi with without fearing he'll be interested in her too. And that's so funny to me because we all know how Akane is about Aoi and how polite Ko is. I just imagine this sort of people pleaser boy getting randomly talked at about a girl he barely knows by a random senpai. He's just like, I don't really know who this girl is, but she's my friend's best friend, and you want to talk about her all the time, so like, let's go, I guess. And we love Ko for that. Howdy, holy alert. Are you also an Osomatsu fan? One of my favorite animes, for real, for real. Anyway, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. Oh, our sister is growing up. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. That's fair. I hope I did not ruin our relationship when I sided with Cove in that one fight during that one part in childhood. I don't know what this guy's about, but he takes good care of my brother or something, so I guess I'll like him. Talk his talk. That's so funny. Sorta, I watched the first season randomly, got some lore from Tumblr, so I've walked through the fandom. I don't know what you'd call that. That's fair. There are a lot of animes that I'm that way with. Like, I've seen a little bit of it. I'm very adjacent to the fandom, but I don't really go there. I get that, though. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. Yeah, I would say so. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. How do we know Derek? What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Okay. So are you playing this game, one of my favorite games of all time? I replay it every year. I hope you're enjoying it so far. I do really enjoy this. I've never, like, consumed a lot of media that was the childhood best friend to, like, lovers trope. So this is, like, my first real, like, good exposure to it. We've just finished childhood, but, like, I get it. I know that's where the story is ending. Like, that's the end goal. And so, like, everything is just so cute. I'm not a kid, I'm 13. Oh, kids, you don't know anything. No, it's so funny because, like, I'm 27. I turned 28 in 2 months. I'm looking at people who are, like, 18, 19, 20, and I'm, like, legally adult. Developmentally, a lot different than, like, a 15-year-old, but also child. But not in the way that it's, like, I'm a 23-year-old teenage girl kind of way child. It's just, wow, like, 18, 19, 20 is so young. That's so young. 13, quadruply so. That's a baby. I don't know any 13-year-olds. And I think it shows. Siblings kind of grow apart when they get into their teens. Yeah. I would say I have 2 younger siblings. I'm the oldest. My brother is 3 years younger than me, and my sister is 6.5 years younger than me. And I don't think we drifted that far apart, because we had a lot of the same hobbies. Like, we went to video games together and stuff like that. So there was that to still bond over. But I know, like, there was a period where my sister, because she was so much younger, did get left behind a lot. until she started getting older, and it was more of the like, well, I'm 20 now and I don't really want to exclude my 14-year-old sister kind of vibe. Prime age to throw them into the meat grinder of employment is crazy. Happy early birthday. Thank you. I hadn't even like thought about my birthday yet. This game does the trope very well. It feels more natural, to be honest. Oh, absolutely. I know we started off pretty strong, like, being fond of Cove, and I did look up how many stages there were. We did move up to Crush already, but it felt right. My one childhood friends to lovers pipeline media I followed growing up is, like, the Kurokin Haikyuu fanfics I've read sometimes. It's a great trope, and yet I barely have ships like that for some reason. It's quite funny, really. See, that's just not something I come across in media very often. And it's also not something I see in my day-to-day life. Because I know a lot of tropes are kind of, especially that one, I feel like is more based in, like, stuff that people actually, like, live through. I don't see that at all. The closest I have to that is my parents, I guess, because they met when they were teenagers. But, like, young teenagers. I call anyone under 25 a child, most 25-year-olds too. That's fair. My grandma has told me the older you get, like, 20-year-olds all seem like children. And, like, comparatively, if I were, like, 70-something, a 20-year-old would probably be, like, a child to me, too. I get it. I understand. I just want to elaborate. I don't mean it in, like, the infantilizing way that, like, some people do. That's a whole different conversation. The store I work at hires people as young as 14. I don't know where you live. Please do not dox yourself. I did not know that was legal. I did not know you could hire people as young as 14. Unless they had, like... So I had a friend that was looking into getting some sort of, like... I guess, like, special permission paperwork to let her work. At, like, 15 years old. Like, 14, 15 years old. And it was, like, extenuating circumstances kind of thing. I didn't know you could get a job that young. That's wild. I remember myself at 14. I wasn't employed. And the world is better because I was not employed as a teenager. My ass did not need to have a job that young. That is a child labor law violation. What the fuck? Okay, so I'm not crazy in thinking that wasn't really allowed. Sometimes there are medias where characters met as teenagers, but that doesn't hit the same. Yeah, no, that doesn't quite hit the same either. I just saw your title with the charity. This is the perfect game to be streaming during the fundraiser. Summer game with LGBT fun times. Yes, of course. Also, yes, I didn't really talk about it this stream. I kind of want to do a more special stream for it before the end of the month. But my friend Brennan, who is also a wonderful streamer, has put together this, like, big community group. I'll swap to this screen while we talk about it. Has put together this big, like, fundraiser for their community that we are taking a part of. And I only have it set up to show, like, the overall goal of the entire community, because that just, like, makes my brain happy. But they, like, if this is up to date, which I think it is, they have raised over $2,000 for Trans Lifeline, and that's so cool, so slay. That's so cool, so slay. Anyway, we are low-key, like, we're very casually taking a part of that. I've never done a charity stream before, so I don't know how to do it, which is why we've been very casual about it. But I feel like we should be less casual about it as soon as I figure out how to do that. You can actually transition throughout the game, and they do it so well. Yes, I started out as a they, them. I started out non-binary, mostly because through playing Baldur's Gate 3, I have learned, even if my character may not necessarily be non-binary in my brain, it feels very, very good for a video game to refer to me with my pronouns. And I didn't know if it was gonna come up. I knew I could change it, but I would rather just, like, have my pronouns at the start of the game. Albeit only at the start of each step, but it's still cool. No, that is still really cool. I've never seen a visual novel do that before, so that is a very unique thing that I love. I think there's a limit to how long they can work, but it's weird. Okay, yeah, no, I do know that, like, minors in general can't work, like there are limits on when and how they can, like, when they can work and, like, how long they can work and stuff like that. I do know that. I've seen jokes about that. And I also worked at a grocery store that employed a lot of teenagers at one point. Heck yeah, for raising good money. Yes, I'm very proud of this community of that we're a part of. They do so many good things. Our Life 2, which only has a demo at the moment, improved on this. They let you change pronouns on the spot. I didn't know they were making a second one. That is so cool. Speaking of working, the other day I was at a comic store and I saw a family looking at Hanako-kun, and I went and helped because they were confused by Volume 0 and the spin-off After School Hanako-kun. Oh, sick! Even gave you an option to change how you called, like, kid, girl, boy, etc. Even custom stuff. Oh, that is really cool. Custom stuff is very nice, because I don't personally use neopronouns, but I know a lot of people who do. So, like, that's a concept I've been aware of for a long time. And it's never an option. I have never seen a neopronouns option in games. They thought I worked there while I didn't realize for some time because all the while I was panicking. Oh, rest in peace. Moms, I'd like to welcome you to your non-binary into this friends... And just friends to lovers visual novel. Yeah, no, born non-binary. Just came out the womb with the they them pronouns. I think Baldur's Gate 3 and Veilguard are the only games I've played where you can choose to be non-binary. I usually choose that most of the time. Yes. I didn't know Veilguard let you be non-binary, but I should have guessed because I know people were mad about, like, trans rep in that game. I say people. Very loud conservatives that probably didn't even play Dragon Age were mad about it. But Baldur's Gate 3 is the first game that I can remember being able to actually choose they them pronouns. I know Animal Crossing New Horizons gives everyone they them pronouns, which it is what it is. I liked it because that was the first time I got to have my pronouns used for me in a video game. But no, Baldur's Gate 3 was the first time that I can remember being able to choose them. I have since played a lot more visual novels that, like, indie visual novels that have come out in the past few years that let you choose they thems, which is nice. Only teenagers employed, or staff is mostly twice your age. Choose your hell. Oh, they both suck. Both are equally bad for different reasons. Yeah, no, that's rough. That's very rough. I got another fantastic victory. I should have been Mr. Fantastic ages ago. Sick! I love that for you, Zenith. Came out with a they them pin. Exactly. Our Life 2 is more in the fall season of vibes, but this time it's two interests to grow up with. One is non-binary. I love them so much. Oh, that is so cool. That is very cool. Easy MVP and the hottest wife in Marvel. Hell yes. I wouldn't say easy MVP because I've played Mr. Fantastic before. I had a good time. We're not going to talk about my stats in that game because they were not good. I was like, so wait, are they interested in Hanako-kun for themselves or for their child? Because that looks like basically a toddler. That manga is way too sad and gory for a kid that young. And so I was panicking because I didn't know how to approach the subject in case the child would throw a tantrum about not being able to read it. Like, I was trying to find a way to take the parents to another side of the shop and warn them. Oh, that is rough. Yeah, no, luckily the only child I have in my life that would, like, be kind of interested in anime and manga, his parents are my brother and my sister-in-law that are very familiar with anime and the debauchery that can be found within. They've seen some things. They know. And they know that if they don't know, they can just ask me, because I know everything. Well, I don't know everything, but I know a lot. At least I didn't grab any of the wrapped up manga. That would have been even worse. Yeah. Rest in peace. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had too. And as time went by, though it was easy to settle into this new normal, then before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. Okay. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. We got a nice little setup. To be more specific, you were... Are we wide awake? I don't know if that's our vibe. I guess so. I guess we could be. You mean like the blind bag some comic books make? No, Desi, I don't know about your bookstores, but I know a lot of bookstores in the US will keep... So, there are two types of manga that tend to be plastic wrap still, like, you could... It's like saran wrap kind of thing. Like, you can see what it is, but you can't flip through it. And it's usually, like, really nice collector's edition kind of stuff, like hardback, super fancy. But most commonly, it's manga that are explicit, typically in the sexual nature. That's usually what's plastic wrapped, more often than not. That kind of happened to me. Oh, rest in peace. Mom, Dad is not what it looks like. He's helping him with the corset, I swear. I crash out. I crash out over that scene. As much as I love Black Butler, what the fuck is Black Butler about? Woke up like you got hit over the head and knocked out option. This visual novel sucks. Unrealistic. Barmy, we're 13. We're 13. I don't think we're sleeping that heavy yet. Just looking through the queer selection of mangas. Oh? Hate when that happens. Rest in peace. You made sure to slather on a generous amount of sunscreen so you didn't get burnt. Oh, that's good. You were looking in the mirror, studying the clothes you'd thrown on when your bedroom door opened without warning. In the reflection, you saw Elizabeth raise an eyebrow. What's wrong with my fit, Lizzie? Have you been staring at yourself this whole morning? I literally just got up. Girl. Her lemon shirt is very cute, though. Kind of a vibe. I am out of water. I'm gonna go grab more water. Y'all keep an eye on Elizabeth. Make sure she doesn't do anything too crazy while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I think it's from all the yapping, and I do this every time I play a visual novel where I have to read everything. I'm so thirsty today. Please tell me that sunscreen doesn't have the bad feeling. I don't know. Okay. I don't know if I've just, like, gotten better about handling the bad feeling. I haven't experienced the bad feeling of sunscreen in a long time. I think I might have gotten a little bit better about it. I used to hate the feeling of, like, lotion. I still do hate the feeling of lotion. But I like it a lot more than, having my face be so burnt that it's swollen. Or my skin so dry that it physically hurts. Because that's what my body's been doing to, teach me to use lotion. Welcome back. Thanks, Zenith. I wasn't gone long. Keep an eye on our orange-themed sister. She loves citrus. I love that for her. There was a wrapped up special edition, and I kept going around to see what it was about, and it was named Battle of Dicks. Was it Dick Fight Island? Was it that? I've never read that, and I don't think I ever will. But the title and concept is so ridiculous and funny to me that it is a game that I play with myself. I have to, every time I go to a bookstore. I didn't play it last time I went, though. But I was in a hurry because my grandma was waiting in the car. Every time I go to a bookstore, I look for Dick Fight Island. Because, what do you mean that's the title? What do you mean that's the title? Very silly goofy. I read the back of it to see what the fuck it was even about, and I was like, oh wait, this like actually has a serious plot. It's one of those like plots where like conceptually it is very interesting, but the whole like concept is just so that they could like write the porn that they're wanting to make. That's like the wrapped manga. It is the wrapped manga. That's exactly the one I had in mind when I brought it up. So we're all just out here looking for it on those shelves just to be like, ha, I see that, and then move on with our lives. Dick Fight Island? Look it up, Zenith. You should look it up. Anyone under 18 in this chat, you don't have to make yourselves known, but do not look it up. It is what it sounds like. Although I think most people here are over the age of 18. Don't traumatize yourself, peeps. No, yes, exactly. Don't do it. Took me a minute to even find the title, and then I found it and went, no, I remember I first heard about it on TikTok, because somebody posted a TikTok about it, like, seeing it in the bookstore, and I said, that title is so fucking ridiculous. Iconic. Also, Desi, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. That's what Mel was talking about. Thanks for the mental image. You're welcome, J-Chain. You're welcome. See, there's a couple games that I play with myself, at a bookstore. One of them is I gotta locate Dick Fight Island. I just, check in with it. See if it still exists. Why the fuck is it called that? That's so silly. The other game is, I don't know if this is controversial to say, but I read Killing Stalking when it was coming out, and I did enjoy it. It was a very good, like, horror thriller type of thing. I have this game where if I see Volume 1 in stores, I have to buy it. Because I'm, like, I kind of want to collect the physical copies, but at the same time, I'm not, like, invested to the point where I'm gonna, like, go out of my way to order it. So if I see Volume 1 in the stores, I have to get it. That's the game. I've been playing this game for 1.5 years, and I've never found Volume 1 in the store. They always have volumes, like, 2, 6, 8, like, they never have Volume 1. So, like, at this point, I'm too deep in. I have to keep playing the game. I just have to keep playing it. I can't, like, cave and order it one day. Like, I have to keep playing this game to see if I ever actually find it. Because I was kind of also playing that game with the new collector's, like, hardback edition of Heaven Official's Blessing, and I won. I found Volume 1 last week, and I got it, and it's so pretty. Dick Fight Island sounds like a Family Guy joke, not gonna lie. I've never really watched a lot of Family Guy. Just none of those shows are a kind of humor that I enjoy. But I'll take your word for it. As someone who went on Tumblr as a teen when the porn bots took over, I know the trauma, and I was a My Little Pony fan too. My condolences. My condolences. There's nothing worse than being jump scared by, like, porn that you didn't really want to see. And that's the thing about porn bots. They never tag correctly. That shit's just out there to be stumbled across. What's funny is just one day or two after that happened, I was watching a Sasaki to Miyano reaction, and the reactor just randomly brought up this manga. That has nothing... Okay. It has nothing to do with Sasaki and Miyano, but I feel like that's the kind of bullshit Miyano would, like, read just to see what it is, but also, like, he's into BL. He's into that kind of thing. He would read it. I constantly find Killing Stalking around, but I am hit with the fear of all the hate I heard back in the day. I never read it myself. It wasn't my style, so I never checked which volumes they have. That's fair. And I will say, for anyone who does not know what Killing Stalking is, it's exactly what it says on the tin. It is a story about killing, and we got here through stalking. So I don't know what else you can expect. But it is very much like a dark... I wouldn't say it's a dark romance, because I feel like that doesn't do the story justice. It's more of like a psychological horror kind of thing. And it's It's a little explicit, it's very gory, it's very fucked up. But I feel like a lot of the reason people got so reactionary about it is because back in like 2017, like the winter in between 2016 and 2017 when Yuri on Ice like wrapped up, there was there was kind of a pipeline on Tumblr where you watched Yuri on Ice and you were like, wow, that's so cute, so wholesome, so gay, I need more. And for some reason, the next stop was killing stalking. And I think that pipeline that should not have existed is why it got so much hate when it did. Because you had a lot of people coming into it expecting a a yaoi, or like just expecting something that maybe was a little bit more romantic, and then when they saw what was going on, they either still had the assumption that people were seeing it as a romance, or they quite frankly got more than what they signed up for. And um that's just, I think that's how it happened. I was there for it. I think that's how it happened. um it's not a perfect story by any means, and it is definitely like problematic, but it's problematic in the way of like, it's a horror story. That's what it's about. Like, I don't know what you want from this scary story. I was really into Yuri on Ice and Mystic Messenger those years, but never Killing Stalking, though someone I know was really into it. Basically, I looked for a fluff and were hit with the actual toxic yaoi thriller. I wouldn't say they were looking for a fluff, but Killing Stalking, especially like January, like December 2016, January of 2017, was definitely propped up as, wow, look at this really gay thing that you can read after coming off the high of Yuri on Ice. I think it got very romanticized in fandom, and yeah, maybe some people thought it was going to be different. With a title like that, I don't really know what they expected. Because I got what I signed up for. I knew what I was getting into when I got into it. But I was also in college. So maybe my brain had developed just a little bit more than some other people on Tumblr at the time. They looked for a dark romance, but it was meant to be a horror. Oh, maybe. That could also be it. I had a moment in real life when my normal friends said they knew about or read Killing Stalking. My normal friend, I couldn't believe it. That's wild. I don't really have any like normal friends. I have a couple of friends that are not into like anime and manga and all that kind of thing, and it's not from lack of trying. They're familiar with a lot of the like stuff. That's wild though. The horror I would feel if a normal friend was like, yeah, I know about this freaky weird shit. Some people complained because they thought it was just a poorly written romance manga. Yes. Desi, absolutely. A lot of people approached it like it was a romance manga, and it absolutely was not a romance comic. Yes, the two main characters that are killing and stalking develop a like kind of Stockholm relationship kind of vibe, but that's not an accurate descriptor because one party was already in love with the other before they became a victim. There is a relationship that forms, and it is pivotal to the plot, but it's like it's done in a way where you cannot call it a romance. The stalker became the victim. Yeah. See, you're picking it up. You get it. You know what it's about. That's sort of amusing. Yeah. No, when you go into it looking for a psychological horror kind of thing, it's good. It's good. Mildly traumatizing, but it is good. But it is one of those series that if you're going to recommend it to people, you need to make sure they know what they're getting into. Maybe because people had got the wrong idea from what they'd seen, thinking it was one thing from fandom type things, like fandom versus canon type of stuff. I think so as well. And there was also the creator of the comic would do like shippy art of the characters, like kind of like an AU kind of thing that they would post sometimes. So I understand why people got the idea that it was like romanticizing abuse and things like that. Like, I understand how we got here. but also it's like if you actually read the comic, which I'm not saying you have to, but if you actually read the comic, you would know that it's absolutely not at all what's going on. I am getting it, hair tuck, smug face. Exactly. Fan entraps lore in another. Yeah. Absolutely. I kind of want to make a video about killing stalking. I started scripting one a few months ago, and then I just haven't touched it since. But, like, I think it would be kind of fun to make a video about killing stalking, like, breaking down the plot, but also, like, breaking down the whole, like, fandom over the years. Because I think it's interesting. It's definitely an interesting thing to, like, witness, I guess. People sometimes need to understand that sometimes people can write toxic relationships without it being a bad writing. Yes. And I also fear it's a lost art in the rise of fascism and conservatism and how that has impacted fandom. People need to realize that not all fiction should be squeaky clean. And you can write about things without condoning said things. You can explore certain things in fiction without thinking that's how it should be. It's literally a story about a serial killer. What's the, like, I don't know what the miscommunication here is. What was killing stalking type YouTube title? Because, really, what was that? No, because, like, what the fuck was that? That's how I felt every time I read it. I love using AI to write beautiful smut. See, I would rather write it myself. I'm not a big fan of generative AI. But also, there's just something kind of fun about, like, sitting down, working out the words, and being like, damn, that came out of my brain. How the fuck did it get here? Sometimes when I'm writing, it feels like I black out and things just happen. I don't actually black out, but it's like I get possessed, you know? I don't know how to describe it. It just makes me sound crazy. I know there are people in chat that write, though. Hopefully y'all get it. Hopefully this is not a unique experience. Hanako-kun is interesting because it has relationships where they have drama and sometimes get toxic. And it doesn't mean the characters are badly written or stuff. I don't know how I worded it, but, like, I meant... No, I get it. Because, like, I understand that dating somebody that bullies you, especially when it's not, like, a mutual fun, silly, haha, goofy thing, is not typically a good dynamic. But people are out here acting like Baku Deku is a ship that's going to end the world because of how toxic they are, when it's just, like, two teenage boys with a rivalry. Raging! Welcome in, how are you? Why are we yelling F1 drivers? Dang, I wrote that, I'm cool, but, like, in a cute, cringe way. Yes, you get it, queen. Rookie of the Year, Fernando Alonso. Good for him. You want to dethrone 50 Shades? Is it even on a throne still? Is it even still on a throne? Yelling. Truly yelling. Really into Mitsuko, to me, they're still quite toxic to each other because of their specific circumstances. Neither of them are even bad people. Their circumstances are just shit, and that affects their relationship. Yes! And it's so interesting, Desi. It really is. There are a type of plots in the game mentioned earlier because I feel like it did a good job of actually writing the characters. I love the main guy and the villain type characters. I unfortunately can feel relatable about some of his character. I love when they do that, though. I don't know, it makes the characters feel very, like, rooted, very real in a way. It's the most aggressively descriptive smut I've heard of. Zenith. You should peruse Archive of Our Own more often. They need to get you on AO3 if you're not there already. I promise you. There's better. The only throne 50 Shades belongs on is a toilet. No, the only throne it belongs on is the pipeline of 9/11 causing MCR, causing Twilight, causing 50 Shades to exist. Because, like, that's crazy. Butterfly effect is wild. I don't have dating everything, Raging. I don't have that yet. I have to finish this game. At this point, 50 Shades of Grey is only used to make puns or jokes with the title. Yeah. No, that's fair. Alright. I guess we gotta fight with our sister. Good morning, Elizabeth. Could you knock next time? I was getting dressed. That's so disrespectful, girlie. She ignored that, crossing her arms over her chest with a disgruntled expression. Clearly, she hadn't come in just to see you. Your special boy is I have a special boy. It's Cove. Like, literally, who else could it be? I love that she calls him that, because that's what I call my favorite little guys. Why not? Shadow was playing it yesterday. Britton Lee Mulligan's character is annoying. I actually kind of liked that character. It had a really fun design. I don't really know what I feel about its personality yet, but I did like him. If we play Date Everything, guys, I don't know if you've seen the Date Everything game yet. I'm considering getting it and playing it. If I do that and we play it on stream, no one is allowed to make fun of me for romancing the cat boy that I'm probably going to end up romancing. No one's allowed to make fun of me for it. It is like the most predictable thing I could do. The cat boy and the electricity man. Like, literally, what else? What do you want from me? What do you expect? Remember, I opened the book to an excerpt in the bookstore, and it was so bizarre that I shut the book, put it away, and backed away slowly like I opened the Necromancy of Fate? That's wild. I've seen some out-of-context, like, paragraphs on the internet used to show how poorly written it is. And, like, if 50 Shades of Grey can get published traditionally, I need to write a book. I need to write a book, and I need to get it published, because if she can do that, what the fuck is stopping me? I can do it too. Assuming you didn't buy the DLC moments and or the wedding DLC, you should be able to go through this game quick enough. It's been years since I was DLC-less. That's fair. I was kind of interested in getting the wedding DLC, but I wanted to wait until I played through it to get it. Problem is, I'm a yapper queen. I get distracted a lot. Get out for the cat boy? What's wrong with the cat boy? Raging, I realize you have not known me since I was in middle school. For anyone out there on this planet that has known me since I was in middle school, liking the cat boy is unfortunately the most predictable thing I could ever do. Is the cat boy also an elf? I don't know. I don't know, Jade Train. If he is, it was over for me as soon as that character was created, I fear. Your game, your choice of routes. Thank you, Picky Pick. I want to talk about the toilet-bound Hanako-kun relationships with you on Tumblr after stream. Of course, take your time. I just meant not while you're live. Yes, yes, of course. This stuff is so interesting. I could talk about two specifically. One of them I can't yet because you don't know them. And the other is Mitsuko. And you have an idea, but I will have to hold back with the info I have because of spoilers. Okay. Let me finish the picture arc first. Because I fear I'm going to have more things to say. Because the last thing I saw, as spoiler-free as possible for anyone out there who might want to watch this anime in the future, Mitsuba and Ko had their, like, confrontation in the hall, while the other students were, like, stargazing. Is that anything to you, Desi? That's the last thing I saw, and I'm like, oh, okay, that's how this is gonna be. The JVic of it all, truly. You could be a book writer, I'd read it. I would love to finish a book. I would love to. That's fair. I still haven't done the wedding DLC, and I've had it for a while. I just keep gushing over the main game. No, that's fair. I do really like it. It's a very cute game. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would. I knew I would like it, but playing through, like, the childhood part was cute as fuck. Like, what do you mean? Elves again? Raging. What do you mean, elves again? Why is this a question? like, why is this a question? Confrontation gives so much away of their relationship. It does. Like, that's the basic of their whole thing, although it develops in other ways and more stuff, you know, about them going on in the story, of course. Yes. All you need to do for books is write it being a dystopian YA novel. So, I'm not writing a dystopian YA novel. I'm gonna just word vomit a bunch of things to you guys, and I hope it makes sense. But I've been writing this story, and it's basically like if you take Dungeon Meshi, but specifically Farsil, like Fallon and Marcel, and then also like kind of the vibes of Life is Strange, specifically the first game with like Chloe and Rachel and like kind of Max, but like different context. It's like if you mix those together and set it in Appalachia. That's the book the story that I've been cooking. I'm having a lot of fun with it. The Red House arc is one that will make us both talk about Mitsuko, I'll tell you this. It's insane, I just want you to know that. I don't know what the Red House arc is, and now I'm scared and excited. When I write, but I'm still in love with YN, shamelessly, I love them. This is my YN love confession. I have to ask, is this in reference to like the TikTok animations with like that gray blob that's YN and it's like Attack on Titan fan stuff? Is it a reference to that? Please. The story is kind of based off of Cyberpunk 2077, but based in present day. That sounds sick as hell. I love that, J-Train. Anyway, our special boy is at the door. Like, he always is now. Why is he always... Let him in. Don't be rude. He brought some happy summer gift for Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. Mr. Holden is still trying so hard to be the cool dad. Maybe that's just how he is. I have loved your name since before that, long before, but I can't stop. I used to hate reader insert fanfics. I read one. In my entire life, I read one. And I hated it. But the TikTok animation thing has made me appreciate YN in a way I don't think I ever could have before. She's iconic. The Red House arc is hopefully one of those that will get animated in the comic season. Ooh, okay. So what I'm hearing is when I finish season 2, which I'm probably going to end up doing tomorrow, I might just start reading the manga online. I'll be so fucking for real. I'm kind of obsessed. Remember how I told you that, in my opinion, the new season, there will be 3 arcs because those are all connected with each other? One of those is the Red House arc. Read them. Okay, I'm very excited. I'm being very normal. I'm being so fucking normal about Hanako-kun. You're talking about Hanako-kun? Yes, read the manga. Okay, so I started watching it like a month ago, Queen, and I've gotten super obsessed with it. And Desi, or like ChangeL22 in chat, has been my Hanako-kun bestie. They are the only person I know that has like seen it. Maybe I can convince Hannah and Raging to watch it. It's on Manga Dex. I've caught up on that, and it's so good. Okay, I might be doing that this weekend. I'm not overly familiar with the tabletop. I've just played the game. Oddly enough, I've been working on a version of the story for over a decade, and they kind of already matched up with the character types in 2077 before the game came out, so I'm kind of just leaning into it now. That's fair. I have a whole ass collection I'm not normal about. Me too. Not with Hanako-kun, but I'm gonna get there, trust. Only if you read the F1 fanfics I send you. Raging, I would, but I have a very, very, very strong rule that I am not allowed to read real person fanfic. I'm not allowed to do it. I can't. I cannot go back to those trenches. I refuse to. There's one thing I noticed that I want you to notice because I think it's funny. Oh, okay. You did not like the way she called him your special boy. Oh, well, I think it's funny. You knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her. Special boy feels like a McElroyism. I don't even dare touch it. But the house... Raging the House fanfics are not about real men. They're about fictional characters. There is a difference. I hope there's a difference. You should just start reading JVic fanfic at this point, Raging. Just how Mitsuko never seems to hold hands on screen. Like, they hold the sleeves of, or the wrists, but often they just stop at them being so clearly close to holding hands. That's... yeah... Well, it's because Mitsuko always has his sleeves out to be cute, and then when he doesn't have his sleeves out, he has those, like, fuck-ass, hands things that he's got going after he ate that heart, so I could see how it would be kind of weird to hold that, especially for Cove. They want to hold hands so bad, it makes it look stupid. It does. Rest in peace. Imagine being teenage boys in love. Come down already. Okay. Alright, I'll be right there. I saw someone on Rivals named Hexstrap. They're on my friends list too. Love that. Hexticles is crazy. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. Now alone, you focus on the mirror once again. Am I tall? Focus your way over the whole length of the mirror. You're pretty tall. We could be tall. We could be tall kings with Cove. Yeah. We're pretty tall. Cove tended to be the only person around who was even taller, at least among teens your own age. You liked your height. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. Damn, we're down bad. You were looking forward to seeing him. Imagine being obsessed with the homies. Don't want to imagine myself as a teenage boy, actually. That sounds like a nightmare. So maybe I have some gender things to work on. Had enough issues growing up as a teenage girl, thanks. That's fair, Desi. I guess that's how you know you are, in fact, a girly. I love this part of the game. It's like a cute little check-in, and you can be funny, too. Like, going from Shorty Pie in Step 2 to Growth Spurt Tall in Step 3. It's hilarious. I love that for them. Gonna be like the Tall Girl clip that was going around a while back. That's so funny. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. Okay. Step 2, a second chance. Why is it called second chance? You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. Morning, Mom. She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Good morning, Val. Thank you for coming down. Okay. Sure. Gotta tell you this shit the mangaka pulled once because it was so unfair as heck. Am I gonna have another mangaka I'm gonna have to fight? I don't know where that came from. I only want to fight Yana Toboso sometimes. And it's only because I'm really autistic about Black Butler. Anyway. Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why can't he stay? Damn, why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? I thought we were gonna be homies today. You nodded and made your way to the front of the house, just as she said. Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over over her shoulder.
Oh.
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. What time is it? How early is it in the day? Ma reached forward, and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so you were still little in her eyes, despite being big for your own age. The purple looks very good on her. You know how I told you about those special edition manga keychain gifts I got? The Hananene and Mitsuko ones? Yes! Yes. What did they do? We'll let her do it. It's fine. You stood by patiently and indulged your mom's wishes. She gave you 2 small taps on the crown of your head. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race. That feels like a very 13-year-old thing to say. Like, trying to sound older. Funny, I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Is that a fruit bouquet? They couldn't look like flowers is so cute. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much-talked-about gift. At first glance, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No. Instead, it was carefully cut fruit. That's so cute. 13 last year before we introduced Dragon Age and ruined their life forever. Not ruining their life with Dragon Age. I don't know, guys. My life greatly improved after I started playing Dragon Age. I mean, I wasn't 13, so I don't know if it hits different. But my life greatly improved. So the Mitsuko one was really cute. They were their baby selves from the first meeting back when they greeted each other as classmates the first day of the same class. Stop, that's adorable. But here's the thing. Oh no. Flowers I can eat? Heck yeah. They're so cute. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. At the sight of you, Cove smiled, but there was some nervousness to it. Hey, you smiled back. They're so casual. You couldn't help thinking to when you first met Cove, and how you became such good friends. Lately, though, you were starting to have different feelings for him. Oh no, that's embarrassing. It's nice to see you.
Yeah.
You too. His grip on the base of the gift tightened and your heartbeat sped up. Even if neither of you had spoken about it, both of you were aware something new was growing in your relationship. That's terrifying. You know, sometimes I hear myself speak, and I have to think back to when two of my closest friends looked at me and said, because they were talking about attachment styles, and they were like, yeah, we have these attachment styles, and you have this one. And I said, no the fuck I don't. What do you mean? And then they said, be so fucking for real right now. Upon reflecting on what I literally just said in response to this game, they might be right. I think I was the same age you are now when I first started playing Dragon Age. Dragon Age just hits so good in your late 20s. Ideal. I probably would have enjoyed it just as well when I was younger, but like Dragon Age at 27, peak. Does not get better than this, truly. Britton, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I can find a billion things to not like about Dragon Age, but I'll never leave. Actually cursed. Why would you want to leave Dragon Age when Dragon Age 2 literally exists? Because, like, the art was of Baby Ko looking horrified / sad as hell holding Baby Mitsuba's uniform while it was filled with flower petals? Hang on. I don't know if it was intentional because I wasn't around the fandom at the time since I wasn't reading Hanako yet, but I saw this one art lying around online once. I finally got into it. I could only mentally connect them and think that it was the author doing a follow-up art to troll us. Stop. I'm devastated. That's so sad. Desi, that's so fucking sad. There was a button to push, but it went away. Oh, rest in peace, Brennan. I'm good. Dinner, food time? Nice. I hope you have a good dinner. Or I hope your dinner that you are currently having is good. Desi's making me sad about 2 fuck-ass gay middle schoolers. Anyway. Let's get back to these middle schoolers. To me, that speaks the author decided to make an angsty follow-up art to the cute keychain to remind us we can't have nice things. But I don't know if that's it. I really need to stop getting invested in romances between a human and a ghost because it never fucking works out. It never works out. Anyway. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to spend together and explore what was developing. Oh. This is a romance game. I've kind of forgot. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. This whole manga is like doomed relationship, the manga. And I still eat it up all the time. No, I'll be sobbing over it and eating it up every time. I fear there's some tropes that I will always love. And Hanako-kun hits on all of them. Well, I wouldn't say all of them yet. I don't know. But it hits quite a few of them. Couldn't help but smile to yourself. And with that, the gift was accepted. Well, that's everything. Though he said that, he made no move to go. You could tell he was reluctant to. Hit him with a thanks. Could you tell your dad we like the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was nice. He's sort of funny. He's pretty weird. He was great. Yeah, no, he's great. We'll give it. He's trying so hard to be a great dad. We'll give it to him. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. I would be confused. I don't have any opinions about Derek other than I feel like I say the name Derek like it's a slur sometimes, and for that I apologize. I don't know why. You hadn't expected to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, Guy and Pal. Guy and Pal. Love that. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Mel's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. That's embarrassing. I sent you a tweet screenshot I took ages ago because it's hilarious. No spoilers, don't worry. Okay. I look forward to seeing all of these things after stream. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze, unsure. Then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice.
Can I have some? Sure, I guess. I don't know. This Derek sounds like a real stand-up guy. Yeah, he seems chill so far. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. Okay. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came here to report the sighting right away. Okay. Just got back. Tall jump scare. Yeah, Cove is tall now. Once you finish the perfect picture arc, I have a hilarious meme to send you about a specific scene. Okay. I might finish it tonight. I don't know how much I have left of it. Of that arc specifically. Really want to talk about the first Hanako-kun backstory flashback we had ages ago about the professor and the moon rock and the festival chapter because those made me cry. No, because when it cut back to his wish, Desi, I saw that today, and I was like, stop. I'm a little too invested in Hanako and Nene. I'm way too invested into them, actually. I need to be normal. One season 2 before the picture perfect. Like, yeah, no, I got you. Just write to me once you're done. Yeah. It made me sob so badly when I read the manga, even though I knew of the scene beforehand. I know he's dead already, but I hope everything works out for Hanako. I need everything to work out for this child. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. Green hair? You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. Oh, yeah. I guess that was me back then. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Are we gonna have an evil twin arc in this game, too? The first few episodes / chapters of Hanako is like, aw, this is cute, sweet. They're helping the poor yokai. Then you get the trauma. Truly. It's so good, though. It's so good. Sorry to tell you this, but I doubt anything will go right for anyone in this manga. Desi, no. Not with that attitude, it won't. Everything's gonna work out. It's fine. It's fine. No, I was thinking about this the other day with Black Butler as well, because it's like, the way that I'm 99% certain this manga's going to end, y'all will not be able to reach me for a few days. I'm gonna need time to recover. I'm gonna be devastated, regardless of how it ends, because I don't think it's going to end well for our little guys. I fear Hanako-kun might be the same thing for me. I gotta stop getting invested in sad shit. Current arc got me so badly in the manga. Oh. Green hair is small. Are we getting a half-brother trope? Not the half-brother trope. Not a spoiler, I just think that's how the manga goes. Kind of like I'd answer to someone asking my opinion on Black Butler's ending. Yeah, okay. That's fair. I still gotta catch up, but from what I've seen online, wild. Y'all have me scared. Speaking of Black Butler, I actually got into it a few years ago from purely library books. I get to one volume one day and I'm like, what's the plot now? No, because I'm caught up. I've been caught up for a very long time. Aside from like a 1.5 year break I took, I've been caught up since 2015 or 2014. What the fuck is Black Butler even about right now? Like, there's some crazy things going on. Came out of nowhere for me, like, huh? No, that's fair, that's fair. A lot of the foreshadowing for the twin did get lost in translation. So for, like, people not reading the original Japanese, had a little bit less to go off of for that one. I was so excited at the time because I was into the theory and saw it happen in real time. Me too. That was such an era. That was a wild time. That was a crazy time in my life for sure. But I can only imagine, like, I have some friends that have not really kept up with it since, like, Book of Atlantic was publishing in the manga. And they're just, like, listening to me talk about it now, and they're like, what even is going on? Like, what do you mean boy band arc? Why are we talking about this fuck-ass situationship man who comes back and cuts himself for no reason? Like, what's the plot? I was, like, so excited at the time. Yeah, Black Butler's very much like, yeah, there's a butler there. There sure is a butler there. You'll never guess what color his outfit is. Boy band arc was for sure. Was an arc for sure. Okay, but I loved it. I kind of loved it. As horribly written as some people could argue Black Butler is, as messy as it is narratively, I eat that shit up every time. Whatever slop Yana throws at us, I'm eating it up. And I'm having the time of my life, I fear. I saw someone on Tumblr said that Yana just wrote whatever she wanted to research at the time, and that was so real. And I can respect that. That's how I make YouTube videos. I can respect that. I get it. Alright, let's go see this child. I want to see who this person is. Yeah, let's go see Cove 2.0. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off, with Derek leading the way. I heard the butler's outfit was bright teal. It was a bright teal ensemble. That's the special chapter, J-Train. Could you imagine? Y'all should check out Psyche K. It's a trip, and I would wreck it every time. Yes! Also, Psyche is my birthday twin. We're both August 16th babies. We love Psyche K in this house. I don't think I've ever actually finished it, but I've seen a lot of it. It's really good. It's very silly goofy. Also, Psyche is an Arrow Ace King for real, for real. I've not seen hardly any of it in a long time, but it's very much a story of all time. I can't let go. I am stuck in this Black Butler building. This is just the rest of my life. I don't know if it's a call for help or just an acceptance. It could be both. I've accepted that I'm going to be here for the rest of my life. I also said that's also what Hate Weasel did with the first installment of the Kuro fic that's longer than the Bible. She's been writing that thing for like a million years. She's been writing that thing forever. She started when she was a kid. Of course that's what she was doing. I love the butler who dresses in black. I've never seen the Black Butler. Zenith, you're not missing much, but you're also missing the most important piece of media in my life. Where were your guys' ages ago? This might as well be a book club now. We love book club in this house. The thing about the first Devils Like to Dance installment was that one moment we were trying to save people from bombing, and then we had a fashion show at school. I don't actually know how old Hate Weasel is. I'm pretty sure she's around my age. Probably slightly older. I don't know her that well, actually. But that's really funny. And I feel like that checks out for, like, the time it was being written and the age I'm assuming she was. Black Butler is your prison, but it's not locked. You just love it there. You didn't even try the door. How dare you call me out like that? I left once. I deadass dropped the series cold turkey for about a year. I'm aware that the door does open. I love Devils Up to Dance. It's a 10 years old, still ongoing series. We love to see it. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No. With his erratic movements and scrunched-up expressions, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. Hey guy, over here! Not the fuck-ass bowl cut. Is this Weevil from Yu-Gi-Oh? What does Weevil look like? I should know, because I told Haley I would cosplay Weevil with her. We would be Rex and Weevil, and I said I would love to be Weevil. I've seen 12 episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Max. Loved it, though. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place tonight. Yeah, Weevil has a fuck-ass teal haircut. Bowl cut. For the class that doesn't know what I'm talking about, this is Weevil. It looks a lot like this child. They gave him the bowl special, not the bowl special. Tonight we'll be reading Passion of the Zenith. I'm kidding, we're not reading that. I don't know, let's read Cat in the Hat, not Cat in the Hat. That was your year off everyone takes. That was everyone's mandatory fandom trauma having to take a break year. My gap year, if you will. He's the villain of the game. He's gonna throw our white eyes, our blue eyes white dragon in the water. Off of the boat. Okay. The first installment is kind of tough to go through because it's Hate Weasel at her youngest as well as the characters, and it shows. It read very much like teenage comedy / drama mixed with very gory traumatic stuff because it's a Black Butler fanfic after all. I'm kind of surprised I never heard about it until I kind of got back into the fandom a couple of years ago, and suddenly all of my new mutuals were friends with Hate Weasel. Because I had never heard of it before until then. It's a fucking bowl cut. Love it all to death, I don't give a fuck. No, that's so fair. I have some fanfics I'm like that with as well. This kid here is actually from the last game the devs did. It's a cameo. Oh, that's cool. I'm almost done with collecting the Yu-Gi-Oh manga. I am, however, still like 100 chapters behind or something with reading. Is it still ongoing? Battle of the Greens, Lime Green versus Sea Green, rap battle begin. I don't know about a rap battle, guys. I'd rather read a Dr. Seuss book to a group of people than a cringy half-baked self-insert. No, because I was that kid that wrote fanfiction in class, and my one good high school boyfriend thought it was funny to read it out loud. It was not, okay, in hindsight, it was funny. That shit was embarrassing. So I get it. Being perceived, having to read your writing out loud, gross. Disgusting. I'm begging you to please read this fic because it's actually really good. Apparently, Hate Weasel only planned for it to be 5 chapters, so that's like really that's like funny in retrospect. How do you plan to write 5 chapters and come out with a fanfiction that is longer than the Bible? That's wild. Overlord, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Yu-Gi-Oh is finished. I only just got into it a few years ago and got sidetracked with other things. Oh, that's fair, Desiree. That's fair. Don't read the Lorax. This is your warning. The consequences will be dire and you can't go back. What if I've already watched the Lorax movie with the Onceler twink that everyone wanted to get freaky with? Does that count? Or is it worse? At this point, Hate Weasel herself said that saying longer than the Bible sounds like underplaying it at this point. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I would agree. I would agree. It's a behemoth of literature, for sure. Never read or watched it in its entirety. Damn. Doing fine eating cereal for dinner, though. You know what? That's fair. I had cereal for dinner yesterday. You're so real for that. We've been trying to play this game, but we've been yapping a lot tonight. We've not covered a lot of ground, and I fear this trend is going to continue for the rest of stream. But we've met this fuck-ass bowl cut kid. You'll be drawing the Onceler with the rest of us. So what's funny is I never actually watched the Lorax until I watched it with my nephew a few years ago, long after the 2012 Onceler era on Tumblr. But I watched it, and I sat there and I said, oh, I get it. If I had watched this in 2012, I fear I might have been a little abnormal. I would have gone there. I understand. I am never immune to a Tumblr sexy man, apparently. It will start off slow, but I promise you'll be obsessed. Even with the first installment, at some point, it just grows on you because it's good. Desi, one thing about me is when things are really, really long and I've not gotten into it yet. That is a very big hurdle for me to get over. It's just the fear of getting into something that's overwhelmingly long. That's a battle I've been fighting with One Piece for the past 3 years. Thought you said one slur, and I almost ended up hating the Lorax. No, I'm talking about the twink. Back to thinking it's mid now. The one slur, as in ONCLER. Anyway, why is this kid scowling at me? Impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him.
What?
Ew. What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it? Not his name being Jeremy. Sorry to anybody named Jeremy out there. It's not about you. I should really stop being so mean about people's names. I talk about the first Devils Love to Dance installment like a hater, but I love it in its goofy and serious combination. I mean, goofy and serious combination is peak Black Butler, I fear. Like, it sounds like Hate Weasel understood the assignment. We are definitely gonna marry our childhood friend, Overlord. Overlord, you weren't here earlier, but when we moved into our adolescence phase, we did update our feelings to Cove, for Cove, to a crush. So, like, it's nothing too serious, but we are mutual pining now. Is he the guy that sings How Bad Can I Be? Yeah, that's the How Bad Can I Be guy. I sound like a hater, but I'm not a hater at all. No, Desi, you do not sound like a hater. The passion and, like, love you have for Devils Love to Dance, especially the first installment, is very evident. The fact that this kid will eventually become a love interest in XOXO Droplets is wild. This kid? Not for me. Not for me. Maybe I'd feel different if I saw what he looked like when he wasn't some fuck-ass little angry child. Can't trust anybody named Jeremy. Wasn't Onceler Andy from The Office? I have no clue. I've never actually watched The Office. He's a crush. He is a crush now, Overlord. Not to make a big deal out of it, but yeah. Please tell me he gets a different fucking haircut. I just don't like bowl cuts. It's not the fact that it's a bowl cut, but it is the fact that it's a bowl cut. The only bowl cuts that I'm gonna go crazy for in my life are just the Otsumatsu guys. And that's just what you get when you sign up to watch Osumatsu-san. Gotta go now, but please remember to write to me on Tumblr when you're free, because if I'm awake, I will chat your ears off to you about Hanako-kun. Yes, thanks for coming and hanging out, Desi. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. I will be hitting you up especially when I finish season 2 of Hanako-kun, which will be, like, within the next couple of days, I fear. Jeremy is Jeremine, truly. We are not crushing on bowl cut, Overlord. No. Let me get Cove on screen for you, Overlord. Okay.
No.
I'm Derek, and that's Mel and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, you know, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. Oh, rest in peace. Thank you for the stretch and the hydrate, Desi. I'm assuming a posture check is coming. There it is. Oh, nope, that's Stardust. Okay. Thank you for the self-care, Desi. The other day, I was thinking about how my Kuro blog seems more like a Devils Love to Dance blog these days. That's so fair. You're so real for that, Desi. Stretch came before the hydrate. Oh. There we go. Oh, thank you for all the self-care, guys. Our posture check, our stretch, our hydrates. Okay. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. There's Cove. Overlord, this is what he looks like now. We're 13 now. The big ol' 13 now. So thank you for the stretch and hydrate, Overlord. Self-care is peak for the tree. Exactly. I was hoping my cat would be in here because I saw him lurking around earlier. Anyway, he is not. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own? I hate Jeremy.
Right.
I don't fight with children, but I might. I might make an exception. The agua? Yes, of course. Of course. I don't know what kind of fuck-ass voice I'm doing for Jeremy. I'm gonna be going through my water. Right, my dad brings me to Sunset Bird too, when he has to come for work and all that stuff. It's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
What a fuck-ass kid. I was showing this game to a friend, and they called the kid Cove an annoying brat, and I had to tell them that there's another unrelated green-haired kid who's the real brat, which is Jeremy. I did not know Cove was seen as annoying. But one of my friends just called Kid Cove our bitchy king, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. Yeah. Sure. We love it. We love to see it. It's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. What is this kid's problem? They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home. But I'm not allowed to be by myself. Okay. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything. And I'm the kid? We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Wow. Why did you decide to talk to me, huh? Did I ask for that? No. Did I want you to come over and start flapping your gums at me about dumb stuff? No. Okay, well, why are you still here? He can walk away. Now you're gonna whine that this isn't what you wanted? Too bad. It's not my job to care. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. Two of you aren't that similar, after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing, though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Well, I wasn't gonna be mean about Cove's eyebrows. He's not allowed to be by himself because he starts fires. He has that energy. I heard Sue start singing Sabrina Carpenter and I'm in love, to be honest. Who is Sue? Fell for a VTuber? That's okay, Overlord. That's okay. Sue Storm. Oh, okay. I didn't know her name was Sue. Pencil brows versus natural brows. I wouldn't say Cove's brows are natural. They are very curly, and like, you know what? Good for him. I don't know how they got so wiggly. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both? Come on. They are kind of silly. We're not gonna say that to him. We gotta stick by our mans. Sue Sylvester from Glee sings Sabrina Carpenter. I do know who Sue Sylvester is. I didn't go to Glee, but I think everyone knows who Sue Sylvester is. I think it's so funny. I wanted to watch Glee so bad when I was like fucking 12 years old because I went to a summer camp and all the girls were talking about it and I said, I like music. I love to sing. I'm in choir. This is fun. And so I went home and I asked my parents about it. And my mom said, I don't know. we'll watch an episode with you and see if it's like age appropriate. I don't know if we just picked a bad episode because we turned it on like just the episode that was airing that day on TV, and my parents did not make it through the last time on Glee recap, because everything that happened in the last time on Glee recap was like really, really messy relationship drama, intimacy drama, and teen pregnancy. And my parents said, no, this isn't the one. You're literally 12. This isn't the one for you. And I was like, damn, that's crazy. And then like a year later, I started watching Pretty Little Liars, which is just like the same kind of crazy shit. Well, not the same kind of crazy shit, but like I feel like they're pretty equal. Glee appears to be good and bad in every scene. It's just the fact that we did not even get to the episode. We did not even finish the last time on Glee before my parents are like, absolutely not. Not this one. Like, damn. We have not even been here for 5 minutes. But okay, I guess. I don't know. Honestly, it was probably for the best. Glee was kind of a mess on purpose. That's fair. That's very fair. I've not, like, it's not piqued my interest again since then. Not, like, for any reason other than just the fact that, like, I no longer have friends that are into Glee. And I just kind of forgot about it for a while. His VTuber model do have them 2 big personalities and 2 massive entertainment interests. Like, it's cleaving a hole in the middle. Overlord. Have you watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? Because I think you would really like it. I think you would really like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Here's something: the guy that did the voice for Captain America in Rivals is also Varric. That's Varric? Say less. Maybe I'll start playing Captain America more. I absolutely will not. I hate playing him. You really do love boobs, don't you? That's why I think Overlord would love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Alright, Cove's eyebrows are cool. Cove smiled weakly. I don't know, even if somebody said my eyebrows were cool, I'd still feel weird about it, because why are we talking about my eyebrows? I was still pretty big into the whole theater kid thing when Glee first aired, so I was into it. See, I was more into choir until, like, 2013, when I moved to a new state, and the school I went to didn't really have a choir, and the, guidance counselor said, we have musical theater, and that's, like, the same thing. It's not the same thing, but luckily I'm like a perfect brand of obnoxious that I had a great time. I had a wonderful time. And that's when I had my theater kid energy. But at that point, Glee wasn't really a thing anymore. Like, I'm sure it still existed. I don't know when it stopped airing, but like it wasn't a thing that everyone talked about anymore. Now I know why you thought we had anything in common. You must be blind. Listen, Jeremy. We're not blind. We have the heart of a romantic. What do you mean? Lunch toward Jeremy is crazy. I feel like grinning at this is gonna piss him off even more, which would be really funny. He wasn't the nicest kid you'd ever met, but he certainly wasn't the dullest. He rejected your amusement by grimacing harder than ever. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
We are 13 years old. I need to remember that. This is crazy. Frostbite on the tongue? Wild. We are not blind. Polish your glasses, mister. Is that because Cove wears glasses? Jeremy, that was low. No, Jeremy's saying I'm blind because I think Cove's eyebrows are cool. That is the move to make anyone mad. Truly. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding. And by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed, and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
Just hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used his hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were. I'm still holding this. We just took this fruit bouquet on a fucking adventure. It was so petty, but it works. He knows how to harness rage bait against us. There are certain things where I'm like, wow, is that really the best you could come up with? This is so fucking childish. But then I have to remember, that was a child. I should not expect more, actually. Yay, he finally left. Jeremy's my biggest op now. So I've been in a Discord call with a friend who was playing this game. I wasn't watching the stream, but we were all like hanging out in a voice call together. I know he comes back. I think. He definitely acts like a fucking Jeremy. No, it's funny because I guess I don't really know anyone named Jeremy. I'm sure I've met Jeremys in my lifetime, but I don't remember them. So my baseline for a Jeremy is the main character from the book and musical Be More Chill, because his name was Jeremy. What a fuck-ass guy, truly. Emma Frost doesn't have ice powers. Not exactly. She just has an ice theme. I think her name was Emma Frost before she had powers. I don't know. Don't listen to me. I don't know Marvel lore. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Yeah, why not? Let's eat. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for his skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Am I gonna get in trouble with my moms for eating this? Because it didn't, I don't know. I don't know what the etiquette is. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. We'll take a pineapple skewer. The pineapple was cut to look like a flower. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. Cove continued munching on his, making a small noise with his mouth full. Hey, you two, remember the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Okay. I don't remember this movie. I've seen it. The shapes of the leaves is definitely not something that stood out to me in my brain. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah, chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Okay, Derek. Should I worry about you? Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Maple leaves? I don't remember. I really don't remember. Not everything, but it probably helps. Derek would love starfruit. I know exactly what they're talking about. Used to watch that movie all the time as a kid. I don't think I'd seen it a lot. I know I've seen it more than once, but not very often. And I don't think I'd seen it since I was like 7. If I was even that old. My memories of this movie are so vague. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. It did help make you feel better. Derek was right. It was so good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Mel? Yeah? The two of you meet eyes casually. Thanks for what you said back then. It's nice not everybody thinks like that guy. Oh, it's okay. He was just being a jerk. Derek chimed in strongly. Don't listen to it, Cove. He's the problem. People shouldn't say those kinds of things. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. Sorry, I forgot how to read for a second. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. Feels like there's a lot to plan for. Is there? And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
I fear we're gonna get in trouble. Maybe I shouldn't let everyone eat the fruit. You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? Well, it's gone. What do you mean, gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hands, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dripping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. It's an Elizabeth bitch! Overlord, she's 15. Cut her some slack. That was like the worst age. Her mouth dropped open and then tone of her voice rose.
What?
Seriously, Mel? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. She really said, clocked. These bitches in love. Gross. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Within moments, Cove's cheeks flushed red. He picked at them at the hem of his shirt, suddenly finding it very interesting. He always became nervous when Elizabeth would strike at your relationship. It wasn't us. A seagull came down. Sorry, Elizabeth. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all placated. Oh no, I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but sent you a look from over his shoulder. Oh, rest in peace. They abandoned us. You should tell her that seagulls ate it. That was an actual option. I was joking. I don't think she would have taken that very well. It is very funny that you predicted this. Also, welcome in, Jazz. Thank you so much for the lurk. I hope you're having a wonderful evening, or whatever time of day it is for you. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. I feel like I should stay. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out from the sand, bouquet still in hand. Once you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over at you. We saved our relationship with our sister. I was so worried that we fucked it up in the childhood, because we did not pick the best options. Come on, fugitive. You nodded, then gazed at the empty bouquet. How would you explain what happened? You know, you could tell them those boys ate it all. They bailed, so they don't get to tell the story. Moms would never need to find out. Are you serious? She bumped your shoulder, winking cheekily. What else is family for? You laughed together, making your way home side by side. I don't want to get Cove in trouble. When you and Elizabeth had returned earlier with the empty bouquet, Mom was bummed she didn't get anything. Mawkins told her with a promise to make her a fruit flower of her own later. Elizabeth said nothing about how it came to be empty, and the event was dropped without question. You think they were just happy you and your sister seemed to be in good moods. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Are we popping off, Overlord? That sibling bonding just really did it. I'm just really glad that she does not hate us. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. Oh, sick. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. I mean, so far, this is the only girl we have mentioned hanging out with. Sure, yeah, she's the only friend who is a girl. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. You had plenty of other friends. They all just happened to not be girls. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Mel, it's Lee. Oh, she's so cute. This is so fun. I love the character designs in this game. I'm glad it's you. For a second there, I thought it might be one of Elizabeth's friends. There was a static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now, we don't have to do any of that boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out... Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh, yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which was why you'd been set by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. Oh, damn, are we rich? Nice house. We're well off enough that so far money has not come up. Lee is actually a backer-created character from the game's Kickstarter. Oh, that is really cool. No, that makes sense, because what if we lost the phone? And then it died. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place, yeah. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. We've fallen for Lee. Overlord, this is our cousin. This is our cousin. She's our homie. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? This is our cousin. This isn't that kind of story. Yeah, no cousin kissing around here. No cousin kissing around here, I fear. Okay. Yeah, that'd be really great. This game isn't set in Alabama. It sure isn't. It sure isn't. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Hell yeah. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. She is so 13 years old. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was just such a big part of your life right now. school was pretty chill. Is this myself? Am I picking self-insert answers? What am I building? Yeah, no, it was pretty chill. You don't do anything too crazy in middle school. Why are we using the licking emotes? Think you had something going with boob windows? That's wild. You soaked up information as naturally as a sponge absorbed water. You had yet to worry about school being hard for you. Felt a lot of pressure to maintain the high grades you had last year. You hoped to do just as well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. Oh, we're 13. We're confident that it's gonna remain the same, because why wouldn't it? You could definitely keep the streak going. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. I'm looking forward to going back. None of these are like... None of these are like living in the moment kind of vibe, which is the vibe. It's too scary not to think about it. I guess. The future is scary. No matter how much you wanted to enjoy your free time, the creeping dread of knowing that it would come to an end was always there beside you. Oh, that's the worst. At anime conventions, it sets in like Saturday night when you're like, damn, I only have one day of this left. Hate it every time. I get what you mean. Though, I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught things, not just some people.
Me too.
It's the easiest way to hang out with people not in the neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Lee gets it. Alright, that's all. That's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
Alright.
Now I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Oh, tell me. Gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Got new art supplies? Got some new art supplies. Can't wait to try them out. This girl is very philosophical for a 13-year-old. As somebody who at one point in time did identify as a 13-year-old girl and had many 13-year-old girls in my life, I can confirm they're just like that. They're definitely just like that sometimes. Kind of get how that feels even now. I dread the winter time. Now you're making me feel bad for, like, hoping and praying for winter. I don't know what it is. My body has gotten so bad at regulating, like, my body temperature. And I'm just sitting here like, I cannot wait for it to be cold again. So that I cannot feel like I'm dying of heat all of the time. Winter is cool. I get to be cozy. I love every season. I think summer and fall are my favorite seasons, but right now I'm looking so forward to winter. And I know the crazy thing is, I'm like, man, I can't wait for winter. Second week of January, I'm gonna be so sick of it. Third week of January, seasonal depression's gonna kick in. I was able to avoid it the past 2 years because of Baldur's Gate and like some silly little haha personal things in my life. So, like, maybe we can keep the good vibes going, but historically, winter ain't it. Winter is not it, but I'm excited to be cold. For me, it's the whole getting dark early, Christmas shopping, and seasonal depression. That's a nightmare for me. No, that is so fair. I really enjoy the holiday season, so, like, October, November, December is, like, my favorite time of year. The vibes are just really good. For at least, like, the people in my personal life, the vibes are really, really good that time of year. And it's the time of year that my family has an easier time, like, getting off of work, because my mom's a teacher. and those are like holidays that my dad usually gets off. So that's the time of year that my family does the most like seeing each other. So it's like it's always been a good time of year for me personally. But then after the holiday seasons is over, it's like, what the fuck do I do now? Like, I don't mind it getting dark early. Or maybe I do. Actually, I haven't thought about it. Maybe I do. I don't know. Just like second, third week of January, I get so sick of winter. I'm so over it. And everything feels pointless. Like, why? What are we even doing? Baldur's Gate really has kept me afloat these past couple of years, for real, for real. When I was 13, I was thinking about how I could download Dragon Ball Z episodes from TV. Did you ever figure it out? Did 13-year-old you figure it out, Overlord? Let's see, what was I doing at 13? I was in middle school. I think that was 8th grade. When I was 13, I was very obnoxious and autistic about the Twilight series, and I was also getting into anime for the first time. So I was watching Vampire Knight, classic, hitting my Death Note phase, and also watching Bleach, and making my parents concerned because I was suddenly getting into all of this really gory cartoon shows where everyone was fighting and there was blood everywhere. I remember I used to watch a lot of anime just like sitting next to my mom, like on a little laptop, just sitting next to her watching it, or I'd watch it on the family TV. And there was one point where my mom was like, "Hey, you're watching a lot of stuff that's very violent. Are you okay? Like, do we need to talk about anything? Like, you understand you don't need to be violent. Like, I'm kind of worried for you because of all of the violence you're watching." And it's like, I'm just watching Bleach and Naruto. Like, it's not that crazy. I don't think it was anything that crazy. It's really silly. Like, at the time, I was like, what the fuck are they talking about? In hindsight, it's just so silly goofy. Like, what are y'all even worried about? Y'all worried about me trying to become, like, a Soul Reaper? Like, what's going on? But that was me at 13. When I was 13, I was super into Pokemon. I just was like, it was a good time. 'Twas a dum-dum. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Overlord. We're in winter right now. Good luck, Zenith. I believe in you. You got this. You're, like, halfway through it. I don't know if you're halfway through it. I guess, like, technically the first day of winter would be, like, the summer solstice here. I don't fucking know. You got this, Zenith. I believe in you. Alright, we're gonna try our art supplies this summer. Can't wait to see what you make. I can't either, girly. You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. We're yappers. For one, the events of the day, you sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like, at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? He was a fuck-ass bitch. He was mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone. But especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. She said, keep that to yourself. Don't bring these bad vibes around me. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Oh, is she boy crazy? I guess 13-year-olds are also kind of like that. Especially ones that don't grow up to be Arrow Ace. I'll be moving to Argentina. We're gonna have similar winter and summers. Let's go. Oh, sick. Good luck with your move. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Me with just like anyone. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys. Or maybe just one boy. Listen, that's my special boy. Elizabeth called him that earlier. I see how much you like Cove. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. Not her calling us out. It was nice chatting with y'all. We'll have to come back another time. Yes, of course. It was nice getting to hang out with ya. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening. What are we supposed to say to that? Lee laughed at your silence, deeply amused. This is why having a crush is miserable. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. We're so down bad. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, and a frown etched on her face. The little adventure from earlier hadn't gotten you any good will this time, it seemed.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. Yeah. We'll say our goodbyes to Lee. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Wow. When my family had like the family phone like that, the only people to use it was me and my mom. My mom would call her mom all the time, and then I would call my cousin all the time as a kid. And I did not have to share with my siblings because they didn't talk to people. Is this what it's like to have siblings that are also yappers? Your mom's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. Ah, the days before cell phones. The days before I could just get my friends together in a Discord call, truly. Wild. Okay. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. So I guess that places us very firmly in the early 2000s when people still had house phones. But also when people were starting to get cell phones. Good for them. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside, and you laid in bed wide awake. Oh, we have, like, the moon shining straight on our face. I used to have my bed like that at one point, too. It's kind of fire. Your window rattled all of a sudden. Why is my window rattling? You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. Guys, the moon is coming for us. We thought this was a romance with Cove. We're actually gonna get to see our girlfriend, the moon. You were. Well, I'm gonna be scared. What had caused that noise? Swallowing hard, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You could only hope this wasn't a bad idea. There's gonna be a fucking ghost. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. What is Cove doing? I'm on the second floor. What is this kid doing? Oh no, it's an earthquake. Oh no. You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. I have a front door. He's gonna kill himself trying to come through my window. This is Reaper all over again. What can I say? We just love to be rizzed up by guys that like to come in through the windows, I guess. Night comes and so does Slender Man, since we're in the 2000s, probably. We're sitting there in bed, scrolling through creepypastas, and then Cove starts rattling our window like, buddy, you're trying to flirt. I think you're a demon. What are you doing? Don't come to my window at night. With difficulty, he waved. Then he wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. Cove. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. He released a breath once he was steady. I'm so worried for this kid's life now. Like, buddy. Okay.
Hey.
Hi, Mel. You're lucky I didn't start screaming. Sorry, I wanted to see you. I figured this was the only way. Doors exist, homie. Cove, you're 13. Your father's probably worried sick. No, he's got he's got his pillows lined up in the bed to make it look like it's him in the bed, and his dad's at the like checking on him at the door, like, that's my boy. And then he's gonna like leave thinking Cove is fine in bed, and like 2 hours later he's gonna be like, wait, something feels off, and he's gonna run in there and find the pillows, and then he'll be worried sick. Why am I writing fan fiction? Anyway, I wanted to see you. I figured this was the only way. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. I'm confused now. He's got a whole Ferris Bueller thing set up. He does. He really does. And you know what? Good for him. He's smart. I'm sure he's got it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. His neck just stretches while he's outside and sees Cove through the window like, hi, son! That's crazy. He's got his shoes sticking out of the bottom of the blanket and a cap sticking out on the top, and his dad just thinks he's quirky. He is quirky, though. My first phone was a Nokia 3250. It was a funky, sleek black phone that could twist with a whole 2-megapixel camera. Wow, look at you. I never had a twisty phone. My first ever phone was one of those, like, flip phones. So I don't know what kind it was. Don't ask me. I was 13. I don't fucking know. But it was one of those, like, flip phones, and my grandma got it for me, and it was, like, a prepaid phone. And I got it for Christmas, and she got it for me despite my parents telling her that they did not want me to have a cell phone yet. So that was very funny. But then I had, like, slidey ones after that. I had some slidey ones for a little while. The twisty ones were cool. I had some friends that had twisty ones. The 2-megapixel camera. I don't even have a concept of what that looks like. Like, I understand, like, what is 2 megapixels? What's that gonna do? That's like that big. First phone was like a smartphone with some weight. Like, could actually hurt someone. No, so my first smartphone was pretty hefty, but my dad had an iPhone 3 that I kind of used as, like, a YouTube machine for a couple of years. And he had an OtterBox, so, like, that thing was a fucking brick. That thing was a brick. Disguised as a YouTube machine. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Damn, we gotta get these kids cell phones so they don't kill themselves trying to climb a house. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. Is that an abnormal thing to do? You didn't comment on him eavesdrop. No, I would have done that too. Cove shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, you should talk somewhere private if you want it to stay private. Who the fuck buys a Compass shirt? Maybe he's very passionate about, cartography. Cove is our cartographer king. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. I don't have any opinions on this. I need to know why they're divorced first before I have an opinion on this. He's passionate about directions. He is. He is. Not gonna lie, I was about to jump into the game thinking it was a NATO shirt. That's wild. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon, before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch, now we're going to all be together again? The three of us, after all this time? Just for a few weeks? I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. Mel, it's so... His fist tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Girl, what do I say to this? This is hard to deal with. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with feeling bad. Sure, with directions, but he's looking for directions to your heart. Cringe. They got that, they're doing that mutual pining, but I don't know if they know it's, no, they know it's mutual. They're both looking for the directions to each other's hearts. This is wild. Cove sniffled. You were afraid he might really start crying, but he didn't. Instead, he smiled. See, now I feel kind of better. Visiting like this wasn't a bad idea. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You'd woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mind debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all of that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Girl, that's just what being 13 is like, I think. I don't remember. I actually don't remember. That was a long time ago. Mel? The sound of your name, said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you, concerned.
Are you okay?
I guess. We're fine. I'm more worried about you, buddy. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. How are they so good at communicating already? He really said, listen, we can't all, or wait. No, he said we can all be the therapy friend. I can't be the only therapist in this relationship. The fuck is Hoonding and why does it sound so familiar? I feel like I should know that name, but I really don't. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk about this anymore. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? I'm stressed for us now. He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? I got a flashcard, or a flashlight and some cards. Are you in? It's an Elder Scrolls. Is this an Elder Scrolls reference? That would explain why I don't know it. I don't know why I was like thinking it was some historical person. You tilted your head, waiting patiently for his answer. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. I'm so glad we're not making this weird. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Damn. That's the one thing about, like, childhood besties. They fucking know each other. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. Damn, that's rough. We'll give him a hug. He looks like he needs a hug. Actually, I don't know if he was actually chill with that, but, you know, it gave us the option. So maybe it's fine. No, wait. We're 13, Overlord. I don't know if we're there yet. I don't know if we're there yet, Overlord. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Got mine when I was 14. That's fair. I guess that's normal? I don't know. I don't know. You were right. I just looked it up. This is a Yokudun god? Oh, cool. Sounds like a Morrowind term. Love that. When you pulled back, his expression softened to something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your pale skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. Damn, we played cards all night. Played Skyrim too much. I honestly, I think everyone I know that has played Skyrim, playing Skyrim too much is the only way to play the game. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Oh, is he still here? Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to get caught. I don't want to deal with getting in trouble. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair! I spoke too soon! I spoke too soon! I know his dad is stressing. If his dad knows he's gone, I know Mr. Holden is stressing. Sometimes playing a game all night kind of centers you in a way. No, that's so fair. Me with Baldur's Gate 3 when it first came out, truly. A lot of Redguard lore comes from Redguard game, which no one played. Well, almost no one, because there's a Unity engine remake. Oh, sick. Jeremy or Cove? It has to be Cove, Picky. Jeremy doesn't even know where we live. He never left. He was still there in the... Fuck. I'm not gonna yell. We'll laugh. We'll be chill about it. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your laugh, Cove's eye snapped open and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he smacked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully. Damn, I'm so stressed for these kids now. They're gonna be in so much trouble. It was the same with Baldur's Gate 3 when it first came out for Xbox. I lived, breathed, slept Baldur's Gate 3. I played that shit in my sleep. I would play it all day. I would go to bed and I would dream about Baldur's Gate. I never left. I never left the gate. I started a new game today with my brother and sister-in-law. Never left. I'm starting a new game on Saturday with Roy and Moya. Truly. Are you okay? My moms are gonna hear us. Are you okay, buddy? You winced at his tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed at his forehead a little, and you weren't sure that was entirely true. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. And I'm so stressed. Cove blinked at you once a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. I don't know what to say to this. Had exactly the same experience. I had forgotten about it until I had a dream about Expedition 33 recently. I love that for you. Oblivion is a peak game. I'm glad you enjoyed Oblivion. Had that recently when I missed therapy because I was locked in with Baldur's Gate 2. Baldur's Gate 2 just is therapy now. I went to play that. Apparently it's like steampunk Persona. Really? I've not heard that descriptor for Expedition 33. You were at a loss. Left to himself, Cove's pacing started again, the cogs in his head silently trying to bring him to some conclusion. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Mel. A really good friend. We're homies. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder, and it made you feel tingly. They're flirting. This is gross. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out onto the ledge. Good luck! You wished him luck. Good luck. Be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. He's a parkour king. I watched too many lore explanations on Elder Scrolls in high school. You're so real for that. Like, actually, me too, with Animal Crossing. When I got into Animal Crossing, there was a 2-week period where I watched every video that I saw. I now know a lot about games I have never played, never even seen in person. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. We're gonna put on our slippers. You knew it was summer, but your slippers were comfy and cozy and made you feel better whenever you wore them. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. I'm so stressed. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. Good morning, Elizabeth. She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
Why are you being so weird? We're 13. She comes with the territory. You hadn't even done anything! Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. Mel? We'll shrug it off. I'm not. You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred, and she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made, hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. It took a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was perfect. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Hi, Mel. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Is this his mom? I learned about Trinamax, some Uber deity in the Elder Scrolls universe, by some 30-year-old lore master when I was 16, when YouTube was just a meme site and Call of Duty shitposting site. And that's beautiful. I truly do love that for you. Parents probably knew, just let us pretend. Damn. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the doors. That's gotta be Cove's mom. She's very pretty. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. Is it crazy to say I understand why Cove's dad wanted the mom to come stay with them for a week? I understand why he wants to maybe reconcile this relationship. She's very pretty. Run? Oh, why do you say run? Now I'm scared. My son lives here, and my ex, too. Well, that's awkward. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She was super pretty. Cove's mom is pretty hot. Yeah. Suddenly I understand Cove's dad a lot. Why the MILF so young? I don't know. And it might have something to do with why they're divorced. Maybe they just got married too young. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother. Wow. Cove would make such a beautiful woman. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest. You can call me Kyra. Oh, well, I guess we'll shake her hand. Why not? I'm not gonna be a bitch. I know Cove has a complicated relationship with her, but I don't really know what that is right now. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm Mel, but you already know that.
That I do.
Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Mel. Cove talked about you to his mom? He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. Nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, her eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both of your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are! I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. The snore? It's all coming together. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. You should come with us. I'd love to get to know you better. Okay, Cove wants us to come too, so now we have to. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that.
Any whoosies.
Give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Roosting on the street. Okay. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
Sorry about her. I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. That's good. We got away with it this time. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer? That's wild. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Oh, she's saying hi to us. I got very confused for a second. Hi, Mel. Cove? Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Cove grimaced and held back a groan. He lightly took offense at how she didn't want to put them out with a surprise visit, but not him, apparently. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Mel went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
Hope you all have fun. You gave your moms a look and they smiled at you fondly. Can I move to that universe? Why is the mom so hot? Good luck, Overlord. You were happy that, yeah, happy we could go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye and to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. Pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi. Not too far from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Kyra put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well,
You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kyra pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you? Want to point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You'd been to a lot of places in town, and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical-themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over there. That's wild. He huffed at her and turned his face away. Cove, what do you want to eat? It's okay, Cove. Tell us what you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. With 2 votes in favor for one restaurant, it seemed like it was settled. We could go there.
thank you.
Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. Guys, I was hoping that we could finish this whole cutscene, or this whole, like, scene, and then continue from a start. I don't know how much longer this is going to be, and it is about that time. So I think we're gonna have to end it on a cliffhanger and wrap this up next Thursday. But we've met Cove's mom, which is wild. I'm gonna go ahead and close the game. I did save. I'm gonna figure out how to quit the game. Anyway, we did not get through a lot. I feel like we did not get through a lot, but maybe it was just really long. If we yapped. But I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope you guys are enjoying this game as much as I am, because I'm really enjoying it. Are y'all down for a double June raid? She's playing Balatro. Going to be awaiting the conclusion with bated breath. I'm sorry to do it to you like that, J-Train. It's just, it's about that time. Anyway, I can't wait to pick this up next week. I hope you guys had a good time. Balatro time? It is Balatro time. I will see you guys on Saturday with our usual time. Let me get this raid going. I'll see you guys on Saturday where we will be starting another Baldur's Gate run on stream. It's going to be an evil run that we're doing with Roy and Moya, and I'm very excited to make a Circle of Stars druid. I think that's gonna eat. Anyway, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night. We have to sleep sometime. Yeah, we do. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will see you all next time. Good night!